PSG. Okay. So check. What do you think, Bear? I think it's like what it is. There's changes in atmospheric pressures, and they're very subtle. We don't really notice it unless you got the equipment. Probably look into that. Oh, Mike's what? Which one's on? Oh, that one there. Okay. Okay, so gain levels turned down. Okay. Go over to go to is it hot? It's hot. Okay. Using that mic. Whew, so many microphones. Whew. Resolution 12. What should I use? PC. Let's go to that. Next to that. Okay. Okay.
Take that off. Okay. Hey. Maybe 2 would be enough. I think maybe 2. Okay. No, I think I'll use the boom because it's omnidirectional. I'm checking for roughly mostly omnidirectional. So, let's see. Get blue tack. Get blue tack so it won't slide. That's enough of that. Blimey, it just barely reaches. Go this way. Okay. That's hot. Talk about cable all over the place. Look at that. There's cables all over. There's microphone cable everywhere. I'll take this one. Some strange things going on with THX 711 tonight. Okay. Turn those ones up. See what that shows me. Show me the pink noise. Show me the RTA. That's interesting. That's interesting. So I'll put that microphone on now. 2 microphones at the back of the room. They're just a little way distance away from the wall, but I would also have them up close to the wall because sound doesn't stop. It just goes against the wall everywhere. Anything that's completely and utterly random within a room, you know. See, people, when they done all this home theatre, all this auto EQ stuff, right? How I would do it, how I would approach it is when designing a room, because the sound system is literally going to be the part of it. You know, it's got to be. You know, I'm not. You look at how much the sound system cost, and it costs that much compared to all the other basic materials, the aesthetic look and all that, and it's probably a little bit less in the budget. And then you look at how much the projector is. Well, that's if you want to spend an enormous amount on a projector, it's not going to make your life any better. Because at the end of the day, all you're projecting up there is a front focal image, and that is it. Unless you're using some video splitter and cheaply projecting image down on the sidewalls, and it'll look absolutely dreadful. Might as well just do a Cinerama curve, that sort of thing. Anyway, so the sound system's always going to be a more expensive part. I don't know why. It's the complexities that go with it. It's probably a little bit more than just putting a spectrometer up on in front of a video projection or OLED and just color calibrating. the sound is coming from multitude of speakers or multitudes of pan through or maybe it's just Dolby Stereo if some people are even fortunate to have Dolby Stereo in their home. Not that many. They're very few. I'm one that's got the proper. So bragging rights, yeah, but still the sound, the complexities. Once you play that pink noise, it's just going to go everywhere in that room, literally. Now, I would test it through the stages when the sound system speakers and that start getting put into the room during a construction phase. I would start testing to see how things are going to appear through the stages. Because once you start putting in some treatment to, so you don't get any slap echo in the blooming room, and you got certain diffusers that would be placed. Well, where do you place those diffusers in relation to where the high frequencies that are going to come from the screen channels? They have to at some point hit a diffuser. So yeah, it's not like a beam of light with a torch. It's because a beam of light with a torch goes out in a certain direction. Okay, sound coming from the HF horn, you can measure it literally. Put a microphone. So if that's the horn, you could put a microphone right there below it. It'll still pick up the sound, but it's not going to pick up all the high frequencies until you move that microphone up and then turn its position slightly so it's on axis, and then you can see all the brilliance in that frequency response, and as well as the it's all over the place, it's not even, it needs to be addressed with at least just the HF horn. The HF horn itself would have to be, you'd have to have an EQ in the excess of oh gosh, maybe for argument's sake, it's a very difficult sort of thing because every frequency sine wave tone is part of that speaker. And there's a lot of them going from 20,000 right down to, say, if you want to stop at 500 hertz, or if you want to go down, if you think, yeah, that HF compression driver can go down to 300. So, all right, so 20 up here and down to 500, and you extend it down a little bit to 300. Thus, you can extend the low frequency, you can extend that down a little bit lower. Lower lows, less distortion, higher highs, and less distortion. Yeah. But then you start putting seats in the room and everything, and that completely changes everything. Because the sound's going to arrive, hit that seat, it's going to reflect off a back wall, it's going to come back, partly reflect onto the back of that seat. It's going to, that seat that's there, and this seat that's here, and that seat there, it's going to do random things, and you can't control it. No matter how much you just can't control it. That is it. It's going to have a specific frequency curve, and then you can try and work things around. There are lots of ideas you can try that are just don't have to have speakers in the typical places where they have been. You could experiment, go beyond the standard code, whatever. Put speakers in the floor, not just for directional sound, but some for bass sound and such. So you can have several. So partly doing a bass sound, and but making it so it's not too obvious. There's lots of ways, because sound is a very complex thing. I don't know why I even bother myself. It's exhausting, completely exhausting, and requires a hyper mind to, because still I've got rather random things in this room. A lot of random things. just all over the place. Yeah. And you take that same loudspeaker outdoors, pink noise, microphone at a certain distance. It's total opposite. It's like, oh wow, if I can only make it sound like that indoors, or make that frequency curve look like that, even though that frequency curve on that speaker is still completely on the piss. It's all over the place. As I say, you need an equalizer to go through all those sine wave tones step by step by step. Not that I would say go through step by step manually. You'll be there for a month or two going through that. Yeah, it'd be exhausting. Need a computer to flatten all those single sine wave tones out, say at 1/48th octave, or that's all the highest true RTA, no, room EQ wizard, that only goes to 1/48th, and then you got FTT. You can look at that and get it all flattened, and then providing you got enough EQ power, providing there is enough EQ power. Otherwise, a Behringer, an FBQ, Behringer FBQ. How many PEQ? Now, if it could be modified, if the FBQ can be modified, so every frequency I dial, and then according to the sine wave tone that's been generated, and then address that frequency level, the gain level, and get this to be at that level and that level. Of course, the microphones have got to be more or less near to the speaker. If you move that microphone a bit further away from the speaker within the room, it's going to be very problematic. If it were outdoors, I would guess it would be less problematic, except you got to be in a very quiet location. Otherwise, any other sound and it's just pointless, wasting your time. Or maybe a very large anechoic chamber. Yeah. And then because it'd be absolute quiet in there, and then you could put the microphone in, then get out of the room, and then start addressing that HF horn and getting that frequency response to look more or less like it would do flat. And once it's flat, then you can apply some prefixed filters that are very simple, or some extra bandpass filters that would be very simple and easy, and then shape that frequency curve to go on the low part of the compression driver horn, and then as it's getting there 1 kilohertz, and then it starts stepping up very gently at a certain range, so that you can hear so that some could maybe possibly hear maybe some high frequencies up at maybe 18K, or if you I don't know. Yeah. Otherwise, you just entertain the dog, cat, and the bat. There's other things with the microphone being close to a speaker, which, because the sound of some part of those frequencies coming from that speaker going to the microphone are going to reflect partly off that microphone and reflect back. Even though the microphone is very narrow here, and then it gets a little bit wider down that end there. Some of that, so if that microphone is put near to the HF horn, some of that sound, yes, it's going to reflect partly onto the front hair of that microphone, and then reflect back instantly. I don't think there's an if or but or a vote or a debate about it. It will reflect partly onto that, because it's the same if I move my hand anywhere like near there and I'm looking at the RTA and I even move it slightly behind the microphone, I see the change in the frequency because the sound is getting partly absorbed with the the hand sort of thing. Or if I put something else there, it just it changes, it alters. So it's yeah, it's got to be done at a certain distance, so minimize, I guess. Otherwise, it's just going to reflect onto the microphone, or the microphone boom partly. It's just going to reflect on certain high frequencies. Other frequencies, it probably be marginal, won't notice, but high frequency, it might possibly give a a slight slight inaccuracy. But it depends if you can hear that high frequency sound. I think it's just random with pink noise. It's just bass sound tends to go behind the screen, goes behind the speaker. Other frequencies tend not to. I mean, I'm not being exactly behind a baffle wall to hear what it sounds like behind a baffle wall. How much proportion of the bass sound and all that. Otherwise, I think maybe the typical baffle wall, which is just timber and layers of plasterboard put together to make a very strong wall, and then of course behind it, it's got rock wool, fiber wool, or something to absorb. Otherwise, it would be when you clap your hand, it will make a sound and it will have a boomy or reverberant noise behind that cavity. THX baffle wall sort of thing. It'll have a honky sound sort of thing. Not that you notice it on the opposite side. I just think maybe if a baffle wall were built with different material, and then when, say, like maybe breeze blocks, grey blocks, whatever materials you can use that are thick and dense, and then once you got the speaker behind it, but it's basically what this whole thing comes down to is how much actual sound can you actually hear coming from the box itself, the speaker box, the speaker enclosure. Could you hear a boomy sound with that enclosure behind the baffle wall with certain frequencies? If it was solid, thick metal, steel, whatever, kind of like a safe, and it had that sort of material put for the baffle, and then you got to have then the slot areas made for the specific size of speaker to fit in, and then it's got to be sealed all around so there won't be any air gaps, or you could pour water down it magically so it go horizontally, the water. Does it filter through? And if no water comes through, then no sound can come through. So it's totally sealed, and maybe make the enclosure. That's it. Make the enclosure. That's it. Who's going to make a bass cab enclosure that's going to be made out of the same material that you would use for, say, an average safe? Can you imagine how heavy that thing will be? Oh, you need a few people to move it. But the sound would be generated in the enclosure, and you wouldn't even hear it on the outside if you're behind it or anything, and it's all sealed, and the bass drivers are facing out into the room, and the energy is going that way. I don't think you would even notice it, because it'd be Maybe if you put your ear against it or put a microphone on it, it might just barely register, and then the sound is contained and going one way. Otherwise, I think every speaker box enclosure it just generates. You can hear it because of the materials it's using. I don't think anyone is going to build a speaker box out of those materials. It'd be too damn heavy. Not to mention too expensive. Even DIY. Some people have built them with more or less like a concrete. Concrete's a cheap building material. It's cheap building material stuff. So, still, then again, you won't be able to barely move the damn thing. Yeah, it's building something that's because a baffle wall's just so that a baffle wall really is so that when the sound comes from the speaker, play pink noise or a sine wave tone, and you measure it. If you were to measure it with multiple microphones in the room, so you can switch from one microphone to the other and then see what it looks like at the back of the room, what it looks like in the middle, or literally seeing some people like these audiophiles. I'm not an audiophile. I'm just someone that listens to but someone that's going to spend an amount of money, right? That would be a microphone like this. That's an affordable microphone, that. And then literally put a line array of those microphones, literally from the back on the back wall, going all the way down the length of the room up to where the speaker is, and then looking at the frequency response, and then as a whole, that is looking at the frequency response as a whole, and then start turning microphones off, and then looking at how the frequency response of that sine wave tone it appears within that area of space where that microphone is only located at, what the frequency response of that curve looks like on that sine wave tone. Is it high? Is it low? Is it gone? Because it's going to go up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down in the room. But that's another thing. It's like the seating. It's going to change that sine wave tone. The seats, the different materials on the seat, and there might be a seat cushion there, but the metal underneath for the seat bucket or whatever seating it is, it's going to alter some part of that frequency response. So if you were to put multitude of microphones in the room where where the seating is going to be located at, so you put an imaginary microphones in position to roughly the shape geometry as such of that seat, and do a frequency sweep, get a graph, do several graphs so that you got enough data there to look at, and then put the seating in, put the microphones more or less in the same position to where they were, where that seat, how that seat would be shaped. So if it's cinema seat, there'll be a microphone up here, one against the seat, one behind the back of the seat, one underneath where the seat bucket is, where the armrests are located, and then do another frequency sweep and see what the bass response then looks like with the overlays to see how much it's deviated by. Because then as well as all the other frequencies as well, because you've got to have a complete graph to show you the makeup of how it would look. Yeah. And then there's, you think, oh gosh, putting the seats in the room. Oh, yeah. But seats usually they play a role. They play a role in what you feel. Because the sound is hitting the seat at the front and partly at the back on the seat back. Because like it is, once you play it sound, it's moving instantly, and so you get some. That's why I react to it sometimes, and it gives me a little startle. It startles me a bit. Sometimes I feel it in the chest, but if I was not in the seat, that's got to be partly felt somewhere in this seat. But this seat fabric's different compared to myself, or because 90% or 80% are water or something like that. What if I were to experiment with I don't know, about a mannequin. A mannequin, if I were to tap it, it's going to have a hollow sound on it. I'm not sure if I could open that mannequin. It's got to be something. It's better just to get a test subject to put in seat and put microphones on, and then do tests to see what is what, and get reaction also. Honest, proper reaction, nothing stupid or anything. Otherwise, that test subject's no good to me. They're out. Next subject until I get a test subject that knows knows how to conduct and convey response to the experiment. Otherwise, a complete waste of time. But a mannequin, well, that's just going to stare at me. It's not going to give me any reaction. I can't use my cats. They'll just give me a blank stare like the mannequin. And they'll get fidgety, and unless you got food in front of that cat, they're not interested. So yeah, a blow up doll, a sex doll. Yeah, a sex doll. I could get one of those and fill it up with water, and then it'd be, well, I don't know, maybe a little bit too much water, if you know what I mean, because it has to be a percentage. I don't think that'll work. Because I could do the same experiment, probably buy one of those waterproof microphones. I think it's called a hydrophone. But I'm not sure what the frequency response is on the hydrophone. Because I know water and sound waves travel longer distances underwater, as well as different temperatures as well. Differences in the temperature from warm and cold waters. The sound waves have a certain distance that they can travel versus air. So I need a. I wonder if I could put a microphone. No, I don't think I'd have to put myself under an anesthetic or something. Otherwise, if I try and swallow a mic, what the fuck am I thinking? Anyway, I've got to look at other things a bit more. I could put things around the microphone. I could put things around it and see what the frequency response is like. So it's not going to pick up high frequencies much because I'll have something around it to I'll just see how it looks on the lower frequencies and then take that off and then check it again. I mean, I could do that even though I can't really do a frequency sweep. I can only do a sweep over the because I haven't configured this. They say you can use this processor with Room EQ Wizard, but I've never got it enabled. I've never got it configured. It seems a bit what's the word? Awkward. Seems very awkward. Otherwise, I might as well just do it with just pink noise. Yeah, real time. Yeah, that will suffice. Because I don't see any relevance anymore doing a frequency sweep of the room just to show other people like, oh, wow, because the moment I move that microphone there or there or there or there and do that sweep again, otherwise I'd show multitude of the frequency sweep in different positions. So I've got overlays, and this just says this microphone here is showing the overlay for the center channel, and I would have to move the microphone from over there right across to the other side, so it has to do every little spot. I mean, I think Roomy UQ Wizard can only do so much, and then you got to start fresh or something, because to move that microphone in in tiny little percentage movements each moment, I'd have to measure that diameter. I'd have to measure that the diameter width of that. I have to measure that, and then measure the room width again, and then do the calculation to how many positions I would have to put that in, which would be a lot, and not very easy with a microphone boom. It'd be very exhausting, hard work. Probably easier if I had a tracker where I could just have a piece of wood, a servo motor, and something to rig the microphone on. And obviously the track would have the little thing would be turning, the wheel would be turning, and this thing can slide along this track, kind of almost like a curtain thing that you pull the cord and the curtains open up, and then you just slide that microphone along the width of the room, and then get a frequency sweep, because how that sound is arriving goes out in all directions in the room, and then reflecting off surfaces, and then coming back and then rebounding back onto itself. It does make it a little bit, you think, but the idea of the goal is to get the pink noise to sound the same, speaker to speaker to speaker to speaker to speaker. It's to make it sound the same. Bear, get out. Cat management. Weird, the cat meow, it's very strange, man. Bear meows a little, and once Magic's been fed and I'm just about to feed the bear, he thinks I'm not going to feed him. And he's meowing. But Magic goes like this. He goes erratic, bonkers, crazy. God, I don't know what's wrong with that cat. He's changed. Magic's changed. His chemistry, his character's completely changed. He's total opposite. He's a total opposite to before the dark times of the. Yeah, he's total opposite. It stresses me out. It's like, I don't know. They like to have certain bits of, I don't know. Look at the frequency response, you see. Not that microphone there. It's two microphones at the back of the room. I've done tests before, pink noise tests before, and that, you know. And then suddenly I've got it spot on. You know, over the screen channel, I've got it suddenly spot on. And it's like a fluke. But that was just randomly just orientating the microphone around. And because if I point, so if I turn those faders down, turn that one up. You can also see it in an SBL meter. Turn it off so it's just the HF. Set that to wave weighting. So if it was pointing upward, so they say point an SBL meter upward so it doesn't favour any speaker. Okay, I'll take that with a pinch of salt, thank you. But I'll just orientate and move around. I get about a 2 dB increase there. There's about a 2 dB increase in, depending on the frequency, actually. Depends on the frequency, because if there's a high frequency there and it's boosted very high, okay, our ears are not really going to notice it that much because the other frequencies below it are all randomly moving. You wouldn't notice it easy. You're not going to notice it. Maybe if you had a mute and turning that filter off for that high frequency, turning it on, off, on, off, on, and off, you might hear a kind of slight, but it's going to be, to our hearing frequency range, it's going to be very subtle. But to a instrumentation SBL or a microphone, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. And it's like, oh, I wouldn't mind that microphone for an ear. But microphones are only a measurement, like a tape measure. They're not the same. They haven't had half a million years or something of evolution, so it's just there for measuring. So I need pink noise again. So if I, So I only see a slight deviation difference in the high frequency by moving the mic upward, then downward, or change its angle, point it more or less toward the back. It's better to just hold it like that. And I can see a frequency change even when it goes against the cinema, even when the microphone's aiming at towards the seat, because it's a fabric of a certain material, it's got that sound. It'll have a sound. Everything's going to have a sound to it. So it's got a certain sound. If it's those typical home theatre seats, they're laced leather and all that. Oh my goodness, those seats are going to be highly reflective. Yeah, a lot of people just buy into that. That's why you go to mostly all those original like great grand THX cinemas. All the seats are a certain fabric material type. Even the seat bucket itself has to be absorbed. If it hasn't, been got absorbed. So when the seat bucket's in an upright position, when no one's sitting in it, sound's going to come from those HF horns and reflect onto those seat buckets. So it's got to be absorbed. That's why I'm in the slow process of putting an absorbent material on the side of the surround speakers, because I know the HF horns, if I were to stand back up here and look back out into the room, I know they're in line sight. So there's going to sound reflecting. I've measured, I've tested it. I put the absorbent on there and I saw about a -6 dB drop in the reflectivity. And I thought, that's good. That's what I want to see. I want to see a reduction in the because it partly adds to the room and then just makes the room just a little bit louder. If you take all the absorbent out of the room and then do the frequency response or play something random, like a scene in a movie, bit of dialogue, bit of music or sound or something like that, measure it on an SBL, measure it on RTA microphoning. What's going on? Yeah, it's going to reflect. Overwhelmed, I think. Okay. Turn that one off. on. Air condition. Phew, I'm hot. Make me a seat cover that doesn't move. I'll just use a towel. So I don't get the seat dirty. Yeah. Make me a cover that doesn't bloody move. Every time I move around in the seat, this moves. It shifts. Yeah, weird. Okay, big noise. Okay, so at the back. That's not too bad, that frequency response at the back of the room. 2 microphones at the back and picking up the pink noise from... if I put more microphones at the back, because I've only got about seven microphones, I think. I only got about 7 of them. I could put a few more at the back on the audio mixer. As that's picking up, yeah. And they're spread apart. That's why I need to put a few more slightly in between and different heights. But that's not too bad. Still a bit peaky. Still a few peaks there. But like I say, some of those peaks might be generated by the room. Everybody's room. It's going to be, not that I care about everybody, but it's going to be generated. Some parts are going to be generated. So like I say, you look at a frequency response, do a frequency sweep, and then take that, speaker outdoor, do a frequency. It's the complete opposite. And then you could put boundaries outside, more or less the same distance sort of thing. So you put the speaker at a distance away from the microphone, the same distance as what you had it in the room. So you've got multiple distances, you've got multiple makeup graphs to look at and analyze the data. And then you do the outside and then put some boundary surfaces up, vertical boundary surfaces, and see how the frequency response changes on the frequency sweep. And then put another boundary there for the ceiling height and see how that then looks. And then take those walls away, but still leave the boundary, the ceiling boundary surface thing there. And then see how the sound's reflecting onto that, and then look at the data, and then you know that. That's why I say I think some have all these different acoustical panel things and that, and things like a skyline, I think it is, which is just a piece of. You can use a piece of cardboard or a piece of board, something very cheap that you could find somewhere in a skip. Lots of it, and then you just utilize it, apply other materials to it that are going to be, it's only going to cost you a little bit, but it's going to be cheap versus buying something that's got stupid price tags on it, and all it is just a piece of board that you're just putting up there on the ceiling, so sound waves that come from it, and then they'll hit it and won't go any further. Those would be higher middle frequencies that otherwise the sound, if it bounces around that room and you put a microphone above that skyline and one below it, that sound is still going to get picked up and registered. But it's how you hear it back down here and how it changes. Piece of cardboard. Amazing what you could do with a bit of cardboard today. There's lots of it around. You go looking around all the shops and that, and looking in the bins. There's a lot. I'll grab that. I could use that for the experiment. Plenty of it. Anyway. That one very lot too. Bit of a high frequency elevation there. Fucking got hot. A lot of pressures. I've got to feed the cats. I've got to attend to my cats. I've got to break them up when they have a fight, and I've got to move speaker cables around, microphone cables around, flipping out. There's a lot of things to move doing. You can only be in one part of a room at a time. You know, EQ and all this REM and all that, I'm just going to say it. Whatever helps. Whenever it helps people, I'm happy to share it. It's just a bloody ego thing, you know. There they are with these home videos on all these installers, you know, people that think they're high above everybody else, you know, and you think, oh my goodness, they're a professional, you know. And you got someone there from Trinov and they're on their computer tapping things, or, you know, what the bloody hell are they doing? Playing musical instrument? I don't know what the bloody hell. They're going so bloody fast. You can't be EQing. You can't EQ like that quick. Not on a laptop. There's so many different things to look at, the resolution and all that. And what surprises me with Trinov and all these bullshit videos I see is they only got one microphone. They got that crappy Trinov microphone with like the four little bloody that cost about about 800 £800 that microphone or something. It's a stupid price. And then you got multiple microphones that you could just put all around the room. That's how they've been doing it that's how most cinemas have been doing it, and maybe a dub stage have been doing it for decades, and they seem to have it kind of like their sort of thing. But really, a Trinog, wow, how expensive that process. And you know what? I don't know why they don't provide the microphone for, free. Not really. If the microphone's thrown in for free, that's complete bullshit. Unless you liberated it off the back end of a lorry for about £100, because that's all it's probably. Well, I don't think a Trinog, even their Storm Audios. Yeah. Would I buy a Storm Audio again? Absolutely not. Would I buy a Trinog? Absolutely not. Would I buy something that was cheap, made by Behringer, that they can produce an equalizer, 32 channel, that has about 20,038 PEQ filter bands that can be adjusted for a cheap price? Yeah, I'll buy it. So then everybody then's got control, because every room is different sizes, whatever they got in that room or whatever. And then you put the microphone close to the speaker, get that frequency curve on the bass, spot on. The middle range driver, the high range, or the bass driver and the HF horn, spot on. So they all sound the same. But do they sound the same? Of course they don't. Because once you put those speakers up into position in the room, you put a speaker like you get that sound, or you hear a whooshy sound, because the sound's reflecting. Those side speakers near to the left and right, they're nearer to the walls. Bam, sound's going to hit that first. Center channel, second, that would be the second thing to as well as the sound's going to hit the ceiling, go down to the floor. So it's going to be like depending on the distance and which one arrives first. Beware of the cat bear. Door's closed, so he can't come in and distract. Anyway, so I can focus. My cats have their agenda. I've got my agenda. So, anyway, sound's going to reflect mostly first onto the first part of the area surface of that wall, ceiling, whatever. And then second, probably against the floor. Yeah, it just depends. It's really like juggling the whole bloody thing. You got to look at a home cinema sometimes more or less like a multiplex, because how the multiplex is usually designed compared to a traditional cinema, a grand one. That's Bear's trying to get in again. He's been a really awkward cat. Hey, will you stop it? I don't know how my cats can. They know I'm in here. They know the door's closed, and they want to come in. It's like it's like all these. You see, whatever helps, whenever it helps people, I'm happy to share it. And he's distracting me. Bear's distracting me of the ice cream. I'm trying to cool myself down because I've bloody got hot moving around. When you get hot, you can't function because we only perform in a narrow band of temperature. Narrow band of temperature. That's go too cold, we don't perform very well. Go too hot, we don't perform very well. It's the same with electronics. They got over hot, it breaks down. Same with a tweeter, a middle range, or whatever, a speaker. If it over gets too hot by stupidity of stupid sound pressure level, it breaks down. Or it starts mechanically having failure or issues because it's getting too stupid to hot, because someone wants to see if it can do 200 dB in a concrete bloody missile silo. Good luck to your hearing, because you'll damage your hearing well before you can get near 200. And then you'll be a mute. It's better to play at a loud, comfortable, reasonable, exciting level, so you can listen to another day, sort of thing, so to speak, theoretically. Now, even though the microphone, I'm going to play a sine wave tone, go into the, no, I'm using it on the laptop. Yeah. There are the sound generator on there, but change that over to sine wave tone. Need a middle frequency, maybe say maybe 1 kilohertz will suffice. Okay, turn that on. Yeah. So I'm standing a little bit near to the screen. The microphones are right at the back of the room. Not that one. I've got multiplex mics. I've got two at the back of the room. Yeah, I see that sine wave moving up and down. And especially when you see all these bullshit Trinov hot shots and their microphone there and the Storm audio and all that bullshit. The one thing they don't seem to mention, or no one's talking about it, is when you're in a room and even if you make the slightest bit of move, even if it's moving your head, and you got certain sine wave frequencies that are playing certain tones, you can forget about that frequency graph that you're trying to show off your bloody ego for your bloody home theater and a bass. You can throw that graph out the window. Because I'm going to say, yeah, there's slight inaccuracies. Where? I'm not even going to give them a hint. Oh, now, because I'm giving you a hint now with my video live here. The slightest movement and that frequency is going to get disrupted. Low frequencies, no, it'll just pass through. But when you go up to certain, and you need the middle and the highs to give transparency and sparkle and detail and localization. Once that gets all messed up, you might as well throw that graph out the window. It's completely useless. I just rather now just go with pink noise, If I could, use pink noise and think, yeah, I can get it, and then get the tone of the speakers to sound like more or less the same. But the speakers, they look the same. It's like this ice cream. It tastes the same as the other ice cream. It tastes the same. But when you get a speaker and you put it over there and the one over there and one in the center, they're going to sound totally different. Doesn't matter how matched they are, and how much marketing bullshit there is. They're not going to sound the same. Once you play the pink noise from that speaker and it goes over to that one, it's like, oh, something's changed. Wonder what's going on. You know, you got to look at the whole thing from a perspective of testing it outside and then bring it indoors and then compare it again, apples and oranges. Then you see the difference. And then what can I apply that's cheap? None of this stupid, exotic, expensive bullshit, snake oiling, acoustic crap. Crying out loud. You get some real people out there that they say, that room's young, blah blah. But yeah, I know that. Other people don't know that. Bloody hell, you play a certain sine wave, and I play a certain sine wave low frequency in this room. It's longer than the room. In fact, if I go down to 0.1 hertz or 0.5 of a hertz, that wavelength is longer than this neighborhood. It's almost a fraction over a mile in length. Who's got a home theater that's about 1.2 mile in size? No one's got a home theater that size. Otherwise, you might as well just play the bloody thing out in the desert, out in Nevada or White Sands or wherever the heck it is, and play it out there in the middle of the desert, away from street traffic, everything, and play it out there. And it's like, oh, wow. But the ground surface itself, being a rough, coarse sand, hard, will have a partial reflectivity, part reflectivity. So when the sound is going down at certain angles and then hitting that surface, it's going to have some sort of reflection there. Has to. It's not like putting carpet out on a desert. Who's going to put a carpet out on a desert? The other test is getting sand itself, so it's all broken up, and then just covering a layer of sand on top, because that's partly going to absorb. See, you don't have to go to college to get a PhD to know that. You do these tests by getting the equipment and going out there and using the raw material and doing these tests to see what happens with sound frequencies or speaker and that frequencies and all that. Do a multitude of tests. But no one is going to cover their room in sand. Well, some do, but that usually goes in behind a floorboard or something in a cavity, and it's filled with sand, so it becomes dense and doesn't have a hollow, honky sound. So if bass sound would get into it, or certain middle range, it would have a honky sound resonant to it. So you fill it with sand, so it absorbs. Sand is cheap. You can go down the beach, and grab it for, but you can't exactly use that sand because it's got to be it's got to be treated. So you can't just go and grab it. Even sand is cheap, and it's cheap. I wonder where they keep getting it from. Yeah, I never thought about that. Must be coming from another planet. Something we don't know about. Some time portal, Stargate, and they're bringing sand from another planet. Maybe Tatooine. Because Anakin Skywalker, he doesn't like it. Yeah, where the heck am I getting all this sand from all the time? Because you'd think some part of the desert is starting to look a little bit bare. I think, where the bloody hell's all the sand dunes gone to? They were up here, now they're down here. Um, if everyone were going down to the beach in a certain area and getting sand for their home cinema and bringing it back and putting it in the room, so that part of the beach area is going to be flat. It used to be flat, and now it's got a blooming dip, and it's like, bloody hell's all the sand gone to? Out into the ocean. But is it ours? Yeah. Could you really get a penalty for it? Not really, because it's no one's sand. That doesn't belong to anyone. It doesn't belong to us, really. That sand. Um, we're the only bullshit thing walking the face of this planet that can make up so many damn excuses or bullshit lying, deceiving, being honest. But you look at animals and the sea life, and no, I would say all that it belongs to them, not us. It doesn't. None of that belongs to us because how we've gone. My video's gone into a random rant because of the way my logic thinks. The way we've I'm not exactly myself, but I and some of you out there are partly to blame because if you're consuming, buying it, or what, not well, consuming sand, if you're purchasing, buying it, um, then you'll know better than the ones that are raping. You know more better. Animals don't rape. Sea life, it don't rape. It does. It has an order, but we ourselves, we don't know. We don't. We're stupid at the end of the day. That's why most home cinema people have got to hire people. Yet they've got all the money they think they have, and the sad thing, really, with their home theatre at the end of the day is they're only going to use that remote. And they're only going to use a few sound format on it, maybe. Well, depends on what's on that disc. Because if that disc is encoded DDS, that's all they can use. It's not like 35mm where some some films or film prints are they have up to they have 4 soundtracks to pick and choose from. So a cinema could decide if they want to play it in SDDS8 channel. They could also down mix that to six channel if they want to, but you can't really do much with. But you got 4 to pick from, 4 to choose. With this, yeah, basically it's only one format to pick and choose. It's one. That's it. Oh, everybody thinks, oh, master audio. Oh, wow. Oh, great. Lossless audio. Bullshit. It's a near field mix. You got your great Calypsy speakers or your Bose or your Bang and whatever bloody out you got. Tiny little speakers and you're just playing a near field mix on it. Oh, you buy those big theatrical speakers and it's like they don't even help because half the dynamic range of that qualityness has been thrown out the window. And you get a theatrical mix on and you got to readjust the system. You got to readjust the I think the Storm Audio can do that. I could design it to have a the adjustment would have to be orderly done so that it would have PEQ filters on it or band or high pass filters adjusted on it. And then it's just a case of just selecting the theatre mode. Otherwise, some near field mixes need a total adjustment. I mean, but where do you start? It's a complete mess. It's a complete mess. Do you adjust the bass range, the middle range, the high range, the brilliance? I mean, do you put an audio limiter on it? Because sometimes I find near field mixes are sometimes a little bit too bright or toppy or harsh. They're just a mixed bag. They're just a mess. And studios don't say if they've used a theatrical or if they've used a near field. But 90% it's near field. And you just don't know which one is which. Unless you've got an old movie that you can compare with, if be it 35mm or laserdisc, because like Martin Scorsese said, if you missed it on film, you can always see it on laserdisc. It's about as near as closest to what it will be. So you could watch it on laserdisc, you know, over and over and over and over, and it doesn't wear away. It doesn't wear. Yeah, I automatically know what to do. So I automatically know what to do. Most people who've got a home theatre wouldn't know where to start. They'll start a thread on a forum, and it'll just drag. It'll just completely drag into hundreds of pages, and they still haven't even gotten. They still haven't done anything to showing that they've think they've accomplished or sorted it, figured it out, sort of thing. It's just better at the end of the day to mix the film theatrically once, release it, done, move on to the next, do that, and then that other film mix that's theatrical then gets transferred to disc, one to one. Otherwise, it's not one to one on sound or picture. It's all over the place. The values are all over the place. Tampered, completely botched it. And some people think, oh, it sounds great. Yeah. Especially if it's an old movie. We know, as Star Wars fans, or what, we know that the originals on Laserdisc, the earlier ones, before they did the THX CAV Laserdisc ones, because those mixes are a mixed bag, and Return of the Jedi, you might as well throw that Laserdisc in the dustbin. Empire Strikes Back is kind of okay. It's not been totally messed up there, but it has had some sounds added, because they say they're taking part of it from the 6-track mag and converting it over to 424 matrix Dolby Stereo. Star Wars, might as well throw that Laserdisc in the dustbin, because that doesn't sound anything like how I heard it in the cinema in 1977. I only heard it, I wasn't listening then until later in the middle 80s. Yeah, but you get the earlier CBS Fox Laserdisc ones, that's about as near to theatrical Dolby Stereo that you would hear or would have, you know, if you could remember it. I can remember Return of the Jedi pretty fairly well in the cinema. And the princess panning the voice and thinking, I don't know why it's doing that, but I see on the screen, and I can see the princess over here, and she's saying, well, looks like I'm stuck here. Trouble is, I don't know where here is. And, you know, kind of looking slightly over that direction. But you get to the Laserdisc, THX, it's in the center channel. They botched it. throw it in the dustbin. It's not usable. And every other transfer done after that THX laserdisc is complete. Throw it in the dustbin. I'll just move my hand around. Seeing if it disrupts the sine wave tone. If I go up to maybe a high frequency. Yeah. Where's the sound? Where is it there? Generator off. Change that sine wave up to maybe 9K. Change it at 9K. Turn the fader up a bit. Whoops. So even moving the laptop around and the sound's reflecting onto the screen here, it's disrupting the frequency. I could see the sine wave tone going up and down slightly in certain areas of where there will be a null, peaks and nulls, because every single frequency, I don't know why people worry too much with the low bass, because that's what you mostly notice. You can go up to the higher frequencies and how many of those dips and peaks are in the room. Oh, they're, especially with the seating. It's going to be there'll be a cluster. Like I say, you take the speaker outside under a clinical condition testing and do the test. It's the opposite. You got to look at the end of the day, that sine wave tone, when you go up very high frequencies, the wavelength gets narrow. So if it gets really tiny and narrow, there could be certain areas where unevenness or something, where that sound could reflect, but it can't really reflect. It can only reflect to the ground, but it can't go up and then reflect, because there's nothing up there. There's endless. There's miles and miles and miles of ceiling. There's nothing there for it to reflect on. It's not going to reflect onto a cloud like an acoustic cloud you put in a room, because that's nothing more than vapor, and it would just pass through. But then that sound at that frequency wouldn't even reach that high, because it's not got enough amplitude. It has to have a lot of amplitude, and you've got to be up there with a microphone pretty high up. Plus, it's got to be a day where you don't notice the wind blowing or whatever, and it's very steady. And if it's a sine wave tone, it's going to be very steady, like looking at alien signals on a SETI, search for extraterrestrial intelligence, and you're looking for a signal, and then you see a spike, and you think, "Whoa, what's going on here? That's unusual." And then you got to triangulate its position with the radio telescopes, and get other ears on it, and to see if they're seeing the same thing. So yeah, sine wave, bush, you see it. I don't think anyone's done a test like that, but there's no need. I've got my own free PhD. I don't need to put a microphone about half a mile up and generate a sine wave tone with a big ass bloody compression driver that can generate the sound, the energy, the power, the everything from the sensitivity or whatever, and be picked up. But that signal is going to be very tiny. It's not going to be as audible as it would be when you're near to it. It'd be like that, especially when it's a high frequency and it's generated with a lot of energy. And then you just see it way up there. Well, you'll see it down here on the RTA. It's like if I move the microphone nearer to the speaker, generating a sine wave tone, and then just move that microphone back further and further and further and further away, the sine wave tone just goes from there and then goes right down there. But as it's been picked up back there, and I'm in the middle, more or less, and it's up there, so I've got another microphone, so I could put two RTA playing at the same time. Look at an A and B, left to right sort of thing, so I could see the sine wave being picked up there and the sine wave being picked up there. I could do that. A lot of things you can do. With a microphone, other than singing. Because that's typically what most people think a microphone's for. Oh, it's for singing. Let's tidy that up there. Oh, that microphone's going over there. All right, so let's see if I can shorten the lead a bit. Just shorten that down a little bit. That's better. Got cables all over the place. Oh my goodness. So I'll just go back to pink noise. Sine pink. So many things to do. Because generating sound from the system through the B chain. So when it comes down to the DCXs, so that I see the input level, they all got to be adjusted with sine wave tone. So that when I turn the fader up and down, all the channel levels go up and down at the same time, and they have to repeat that on the output. So when they go through the bass crossover, the the HF for the horns, they all got to go adjust at the same time. Levels have to all adjust, and then you got to check test that on the amplifier itself electronically to see that the amplifiers are responding as well. Otherwise, some amplifier might output a bit too much signal on one channel, and so it's always going to be a few dB slightly higher than the other side. And it's a simple thing to adjust. It's not a big deal. You just adjust it until it's level, and then put in the microphones in the room, because I'm nearer. So I'm nearer to the left channel, the left center, and the left center. I'm nearer to those channels, and the right center and right channel are slightly inches by inches more further away. And it's the same when you go no sit down anywhere. Live PA concert, you think, well, where's the best position? Well, you can see where the speakers are positioned. Might as well be in the middle somewhere. You know. If it's headphones, everyone's got every. If I had headphones and used headphones in the room, I'd have the same headphone. I have to go for a something like a multiplexer out headphone sort of thing. So it'd be, and it could have its own volume control. So only maybe a basic bass, treble, and volume control. So everyone can have that in the room and put on the headphones and listen. But then what's the point? It doesn't feel live, We don't walk around listening to, for example, if you were to put headphones on with a microphone, and they were fairly isolated so that you get a good direct sound, and it's balanced so it's not too loud and damage your hearing, and then use microphoning, like say binaural, and you get stuck on your head or so, and you listen on it, and then go around listening to that sound thing, and think you could hear your footsteps below you. I don't think it's going to work. It's not going to work because it's only a recording device. It's not that. That is a little bit more complex with evolution. And unless you can get a recording and then you got to take it and then you got to fabricate it into bullshit to create a below surround channel. And then it's encoded, decoded, played back. And then you got something that's, oh, wow, it sounds like footsteps are below me. Yeah. But it depends on what goes on screen. If I'm sat in a chair like here and I fart, okay, it's below me. But you can't hear it. We hear the sound if someone's farting on film. It sounds like they're farting out their mouth. And when they're walking around, it sounds like they got their shoe stuck in their mouth. God, bloody hell. I tell you, nothing has changed in the layout of speaker behind the screen. Nothing's changed since the 1950s. THX improved bass quality, treble and all that. They improved that. They improved one aspect, but the general layout is not changed. Yeah, and I thought DDSX and all that was offering this and that, and where's that gone? Yeah, I think that was just some bullshit to lure people in. So you put your bait on it, cast it out. Oh, someone's pulling, and then you just wheel it in, and it's like, oh yeah, I've got someone there. Some sucker there that's bought it. Yeah, I think DDS, Master Audio X or whatever, is on the very low end of the food chain of the home cinema market. It's on the very low end of the food chain. Dolby, nah, they're not improving. Front wide, you don't want front wide. We need below surround. Otherwise, you can generate front wide matrixly. You can't do that. You can't really do that matrixly with a. It just won't work. You'll get a proportion, but not everything. It's got to be discrete. There's just not enough channels, but there are enough. They just haven't know how to use them. You got all these people in the Audio Engineering Society. Most of them are complete, I would say, are dimwits. Audio Engineering Society, I think, are mostly made up by a load of dimwits. They don't know how to use the channels. And I think some are in a part of a conspiracy because I think they're greedy sons of bitches, living a high lifestyle, that sort of quality. And they're not, and partly Dolby Laboratories as well, and they're not delivering. It's like all the crappy Star Wars Disney. They serve it up on a plate. It looks like a Indian curry that was taken out of a dustbin and then put on a plate. I'd be calling the bloody health and bloody management out. Christ's sake, that's just awful. If you trade off so many of those channels on the Atmos Professional, trade off some of it, and you can utilize it for below surround. But Dolby Labs, waste of space. THX, waste of space, because all I see in their configuration, their diagrams, is like they're doing that. They're doing something like a top height, something like a below, and a middle for the screen channel. But there's just not enough channels there to cover everything. They offer, but they're not delivering. And so we're stuck with a lemon. I'd rather have a real lemon, mind you. Not a synthetic microchip, mostly made out of plastic lemon. For crying out loud. Oh dear. Bring up a second REM. I'll bring up a third REM. Most people don't do that. Do what, Neo? Most people. Trinity. So I've got 3 REMs open up. What am I up to? What am I up to? So I think REM could have a few other improvements done to it, which is a pretty ingenious sort of device. I think it could have some additional improvements added to it. Otherwise, I'll just have to use this technique. Right, let's generate some pink noise out the other channel, and it's going to sound a little bit different. Okay, got a frequency graph for that, and like I say, when you move microphones, you kind of equalize some of the sound, and you think maybe that's where the microphone should be. because that part of the frequency range there kind of looks normal. It does. It still has a bit of a peak, and that's just the thing itself that's mostly doing that. And you just got to, EQ that little hump down slightly, because even when you look at the graphs probably done in an anechoic chamber or something, and it's got a bit of it's not perfect because it hasn't got an EQ system to address all that. Otherwise, if there was an EQ system with 20,038 PEQ filter bands, everybody's going to be using them. Oh, including that, what's it? Because he seems a little biased about using PEQ or DSP EQ, REL acoustics. And he seems a bit biased about using it. But other manufacturers that have sub bass, active, whatever, they got a built-in DSP EQ, but it's tiny. It doesn't do everything. Doesn't do everything. Otherwise, what's the bloody point? You need to cover the range from starting from 0 and then go 0 point whatever, and have the speaker clinically put somewhere where it's not going to get much interference, and then get the frequency response to more or less follow the amplifier's frequency response. And then you could put low pass filters on, high pass filter. You can then put those filters on if you can shape it to do that. And otherwise, it's still going to look crooked. With the long wavelengths, it still look crooked. You can only, and like I say, where our ears are, where we are positioned, where I'm positioned, is what I hear. If I stand up a little bit, the sound is completely different, just the same as moving the microphone and then moving it upward a little bit. The sound is a little bit different. It's also, yes, possible to say if you're out of the room. So if you're outside of the room and you can't really hear the pink noise, you can play it over a monitor speaker, a single speaker, or you could play it over 2 speakers or whatever. So you can kind of do some experimentation with the monitoring listening, because you don't want to be in the room to interfere with the room. I need to be out of the room, but I'm not really set up to be on the other side of the room. I have to get set up to do all that. And then I'll put the microphones in where I think they're most appropriate to be at. Multitudes of them, so I'd have to get more microphones, and then have it go into a multiplexer, an audio mixer, simple as an audio mixer, and then they have the outputs, and then go into a little monitor speaker where I can monitor the sound. So if I were to switch this microphone on and monitor the sound of the tonality of the pink noise, as well as I can see the frequency of it, and then turn that one off and then go over to the next, I would hear a slight difference without necessarily being in the room, because I can't be in that seat and that seat and that seat and that seat and that seat unless I multiplicity myself and clone myself multitudes of times. Otherwise, I think a single microphone is not even good enough, because you've got to have microphone facing that, that direction and that direction, just like our ears. But you've got the ear shape. But I've got silicon ears. I've got these silicon ears that I could, and also the ear, it adds on a frequency, because our hearing adds on a boost between 2 and 4 such kilohertz range. It adds a bit of a hump that's where it's more sensitive. Our hearing is more sensitive at the high frequency range, very narrow range. Yeah. So look at that versus, where's that other one? So I've got one there. Yeah, got one there. That's the other one. Oh yeah, that's a bit of a difference there. What the heck? There, over to the, oh, I won't do it on there. Cut that one off. Yeah, that's a little bit different now. Yeah. The other one's a bit, yeah. I can see it on the small screen. So I don't need to put it on the big screen. I can see it there. I can see the differences there. Make sure that everything's adjusted, the parameters. 110, 50 there, 110 and 50. Oh yeah, let's widen that out a little bit. Bring that down to about, what does it say, 150? That's about 60 there. How about, but yeah, there are marginal differences. Anyway, so I'll turn off those other RAMs. Don't need those now. Turn that back on. Can't see how that can be. That's got to be, move the microphone, I think. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll put a microphone bit back there. I'll put a microphone boom back there. Maybe something a little bit in between. You can see that. You can see that. Similar. Where's that absorbent material? See if the predictions are correct. Yeah. It's very subtle. It's like a very subtle change in the air density and pressure. The frequencies are very subtle change of pressure that I notice on this side, you know, of the reflection. And so I notice it's just a bit of fabric. Got to put a lot more of that on the edge, the sides of the surround. So absorb the wood material or the cabinet box, so it's not reflective. So it's like that. So I've got to put a lot more of that on there when I've got the time. Oh, so hard work. And once I've done that, I'll probably look at the back of the seats and put the same material on the back of the seats, so I can make the back of the seat absorbed slightly, so it won't reflect some of the sound. That's in further testing. Just going further, 148. you can lose track of it as well. It's very easy to lose track. Measuring it electronically, pink noise going into a mono speaker. So you got every single channel in the system, everything. You monitor that pink noise going into a single mono speaker. It's always going to sound the same. I'm not sure if they got anything as complex like because most cinema booth monitors can only monitor so many channels. I don't think they got a boot. I don't know if there's something that can monitor up to 34, 32, 64, whatever channels. A booth monitor that goes through the entire, whatever, and just so you can monitor every speaker output or that processor output and amplifier speaker output. So monitor, so in case of something fails or anything, but let's go now. Hear it. I can bloody hear it in that. Maybe if I orientate. Let's orientate. I think I'll try a cocktail. Other microphones in fixed position because I can hear it in the frequency response. Unclear. I'll just put that back on that. Let's put that back up on there. Oh, a bit of cooling to cool down for a moment. So maybe if I had some very small, just a capsule, just a little microphone capsule that I could put behind the screen. I wonder if I could put it, more or less, hot glue it to the projection screen. It's got to be done in such a way so it doesn't create some sort of light reflection shadow sort of thing. So if something's being projected onto the screen, it doesn't see like, oh, there's something behind that screen. Because you bring the HF horns a little bit nearer, or if maybe something silver, something white or silver, the light projection light will go pass through, and then will reflect onto that area's surface, and then you'll see, oh, there's something behind the screen, and it will always reflect the light. If I could put something like in a fixed position, because like the microphone on the outside of the projection screen, so HF horn, you measure it without the projection screen, then you put the projection screen in front of it, you check it again, it's the opposite. It's changed slightly, so it needs to be readjusted. It needs then. It's like, it's very, very, very awkward, because you got to look at the the physicality of the HF compression driver. You don't want to overdo it, which can easily be done because you've got a projection screen there in the way. And yeah, that's cooled down a bit. Pretty close. Actually, it's the other microphones picking up the sound now. Could be a little bit of a peak in that frequency. I think. See if I can. See if I can change that. I'm totally out of filters on here. You've only got 9 PEQ filters. That's barely enough. That's like juggling and using a bit of Q bandwidth, but looking at which octave resolution, one octave, one half, one third, one six, 1/12, 1/24, 1/48. And then of course you look at it at 1/48, because whatever peak frequency is pushing 5 kilohertz up, there's little frequency bands all in between it that's pushing the frequency up slightly. And you got those little, like I say, all those little sine wave, they got all to be adjusted. And then it sounds different. And it's probably like it has maybe less harmonics or less distortion than the resonance and all this nonsense, because you've these have been brought down, but it's not enough. God, it's not enough. Oh, I thought about maybe wiring in the FBQs again. Wiring in the FBQs, and I could do a little bit more there with maybe an FBQ, but an FBQ is a little bit problematic, as I've discovered, when using. So if all the filters are adjusted with a certain Q bandwidth, and then you cut one frequency down, then you go to the next and cut that down, but you got to be looking at, when you look at it third octave, it gives something weird. Something looks doesn't look right. Then you go look at a higher resolution, yeah, and you think, oh yeah, there's all these other little frequencies in between that haven't been adjusted. You know, I've only adjusted a tiny fraction there, and I'm adjusting a tiny fraction. That's no good. I've got to do every flipping frequency band. So if I make a sound. 'Whew, I'm out of breath. How can I make a sound like that? I don't think I can even articulate that same tone again. It's 272 hours. That was at 272 hertz. It was peaking at. You know what I'm thinking? Make that sound again and walk around the room while I'm doing it. Okay, let me do a rehearsal again. Okay, I'll do that. I'll focus on it and see if it changes in standing wave. Yeah, it changes. It goes up and down a little bit. I can't do low frequencies. It's because it's humanly impossible. Even doing that tone. Because I'm partly hearing that sound. I'm doing that in head and hearing it. Let me do that again because that's interesting. That was 272 hertz. Okay, let's generate a tone on the storm output on the sine wave. 207. Turn that pink noise off there. Turn the sine wave tone on. 272. 272 hertz. 272. See what I see. When I make that sound, that sound's oscillating. I can hear it oscillating and waving, sort of. A bit up there on the frequency. I'm going a little bit lower down below it now. But so I read something years ago that someone said sine waves are more or less like what we hear. Just the structure of it is very complex. But yeah, I can. No. Can I do a 1 kilohertz? I don't know. 272 is not bad. Oh, that's random frequencies though. And frequencies just, can't do that. I can't repeat it twice and because it's awkward. It's very strenuous and awkward to do that, to repeat it. That's why it's easy to generate it. Now, go away from that sine wave tone, go back to pink noise. See what that's like. 1/4/8 octave. It's a complete mess. I haven't got enough filters. Every one of those little, you got a band there, and there, and there. Oh, flipping heck. And then you look at it a different resolution, and you think it looks good, but it's not. You're not. I am not fixing anything. You are not fixing anything. Auto EQ. Now, once you've done the auto EQ with the smoothing and all that nonsense, and then go if it's using no smoothing, yeah, I think then I have to say then, wow, how many PEQ filters are on that thing? Because a lot of that can't be done by using Q bandwidth and such. You got to have the bandwidth narrow to those frequencies, and what the Q adjusted to these frequencies. Like if I generate low frequencies, I mean, so I've got to scroll that over there. Generate something out from the generate some lows. Back to sine wave. Shall I use the screen base or shall I use the sub base? I'll use the sub base extension there. Sit there. Wow. All right, okay. What the heck am I looking at there? What the heck is that? Let's turn that down a bit. I'm not sure if it's over. It can't be overloading the audio mixer. Sine wave frequency I'm on 32 hertz. Turn it up a bit. Flipping, look at those harmonics. There's enough harmonics there to sink a battleship. Flipping that. Let's turn it down a bit. Put some pink noise out on it. I see the complete opposite there. Seeing a complete opposite. Now I know it's going to be a bit boomy. Yeah. Where? What have I put? Okay. Yeah, let's put. Okay, I've got the FBQ on. That's connected to the sub bass. I've got the PEQ on the DCX left to right sub. I've got the TCBs, they're on mute at the moment. I'm going to ignore that and I'm going to address that. See what it sounds, see what it's like within the room. Okay, that's typical. Okay, so go a little bit lower. I won't adjust that. I'll go about up get that by 3. 27 point. 27. Go up to that one. Put the Q at the same. Not seeing any major changes there. Probably subtle. Okay. Go between. That's too far down. Turn that back up. Put the Q out a bit wider. Around there. Go down a bit more. Change the Q. Possible. Some next bag. Turn the amplitude up. Turn it down. Generator, sine wave. That's about the limit it stops at. Not really. But that there is a bit. Oh, it needs to be changed. Oh, where is it? Oh, wow. Oh, just heard some thunder rolling around outside. What's the weather forecast? Oh, yeah, it says lightning and rain. Temperature 18. Humidity level is about 94%. Wind speed 4 miles an hour. I think that was moving slightly outward away from area location, so it's going to locate over somewhere else. But with the window open, I heard it from that seems to be maybe appearing in that south, northeasterly, roughly a northeasterly direction. It just appeared that way from the inside the room. That's just with a window open. Of course, if I had the window closed, I'll probably hear a very mild, diffused sort of, faint. That was only a thunder roll. It only lasted about probably about 4 to 4.5 seconds it lasted, and it's probably moving away. So anyway, I'm just going to focus. Otherwise, I'll get put it on the Spectrum Lab. If it picks up a little bit, I'll put the microphone out one of the microphones out the window, pick up the frequency response of the thunder. But you think, it's going to do some real great low frequencies. There might be some infrasonics there, and other parts of the thunder are audible kind of frequencies, and some may be inaudible infrasonics. Depends on what that picks up. If it picks up something, then it must be real, must be there, but just can't hear it. It's the same with generating sine wave tones or low frequency bass tones. You go down to a certain level, because I'm looking at it at the moment. I'm just generating tones, but I'm just trying to get the REW sorted out a little bit here on the, I think it's, microphone obviously in the room. They picked up some of that. So I don't really need to put the microphone out the window. There's a mild wind speed that's having the microphone in the position so you don't get too much wind blowing against the microphone. So it's aiming in a certain way, because the thunder sound is going to be omnidirectional. It radiates all over the reflectivities of buildings and so forth. But does it sound like it's overhead in an atmos? No, because it's only coming from the window. It's only coming from that narrow angle over there. Otherwise, I've got a panel over there, when there. Usually I put it in where the window is. That's when the temperature gets really cold, and I know it's a little bit of extra bitterness. And otherwise, it's just a bit of wood up there, just so it makes it look, makes the wall look even, more or less. It's just an illusion. So I could just put the surround speakers up. That's it. There's nothing more than that. Yeah. Anyway, I'm trying to get this lower. I think it's it's not the smoothing, it's the 6/4. No, it's not that. It's not that one. I think it might be. Oh, which one is it? It's something to do with these ones. Try that. No, not that one. Try that one. No. No. This thing should go down lower. Let me try no smoothing. Spectrum. Oh, spectrum. Yeah, spectrum goes down a little bit lower. That's it. Yeah, it just goes down a little. Only just goes a little bit below 3 hertz. I'm sure I've got probably the what's it on the computer set. Because I know I can't pick up high frequency, but then there's no point. These microphones won't go up to. They'll only go up to a certain range. There's no point going up there because I can only look at it, but I can't hear it. It'd be the same with you're looking for a telescope. You can see it, but you can't touch it. It's too far away. You can observe, but you can't touch it. Yeah, look at it. It's no smoothing on spectrum. That should be elevated flat. Okay. Because I keep thinking use the computer up there or use the Storm audio down this end. Just checking the microphones are working. That's better. Well, that sine wave's a little bit too loud. So it's audible, it's clear. Okay. Bit more thunder. Oh, it's faded. It's always elevating down. Stop it there. Go down to the next sine wave tone. Go a little bit below it. It's a little bit loud, that. Okay. A little bit high in the level and a little bit loud, because it's very audible. Okay. A little bit higher and a little bit louder. A little bit more thunder rolling out there. Huh. So what's going on there? I tell you, with these Storm audios, you always get a glitch. And it's just had one of those little glitches where I've just got to turn the damn thing off and then turn it back on, because it's gone out. It's the connection. You've got to connect with the. I think that's a total design flaw. I should be able to turn it back on now. Because if the think about it, if the internet goes down, or if Storm Audio or Trinil, any of those big players go completely out, frizzle out, there wouldn't be anything to connect the damn thing to. You'd have a pack of electronics that can't do anything. It'd be like Voyager 1 and 2 when their power goes out, which would be another no more years now, and their power would go out. You wouldn't be able to TX or RX with those space probes. TX, RX is transmission and receive. That'll be it. There'll be nothing. There's no power on the space probe. So it'll be whatever. If you think the space probes cost millions of dollars or $500 million, or I don't know what they cost, a lot of money. That's just something to make everybody, oh gosh, and panic and fear and all that. Those space probes didn't cost a single penny. It was all up here in the mind that created that ingenuity. Evolution, about 250,000 years of advanced human developed mind created all that. Most people completely oblivious to that and make fun of things and, oh, okay. And then if you didn't have 250,000 years of advanced human developed mind, you wouldn't be making sarcastic remarks. You just wouldn't exist. You'd be, your ancestry or whatever would be still in a cave with a rock, scratching things on a wall, thinking, oh, that looks interesting. Oh, I don't know what to make of it. That'd be it. And you wouldn't even have language. Once language developed, that's it. Everything changed around the world. For the better or the good, the worse, I don't know. I think mostly the worst. I think mostly the worst. Very little that's good. The rest of it is bad. Anyway, got that back up and running there. Got to go back in. I've got to change that. What's the other bloody thing? Because it's store mode. Does it work? No, it doesn't work. So you got people like, I've got to change that there back to there. You got these people in these videos completely bullshitting just so they can sell the product. Because if you think about it, how many units does Trinov sell? Have they got, I don't care what snobs have got a Trinov worldwide. How many own it? How many people own a Storm Audio? Okay. How many people, or how many, let me look at it another way. How many Dolby CP 200 cinema processors were sold, manufactured? Maybe manufactured, but not necessarily all of them are sold because they still had a bundle more ready to ship out, but never did. And they probably stuck in a warehouse somewhere, brand new, still in a box. Yeah, how many units? How many units does, I think Trinov sell very little because of the greedy, stupid price. But it's not. It's the mind that created it, But they got a greedy price on it. That's just like. But if you think about it logically, the only thing you're after is that Atmos thing, that Atmos in decoder. And most of the time, Atmos mixes are absolutely a load of garbage trash and throw it in the dustbin. Don't and that not add. Also, they're mostly near field mixers, but most of them don't even have artistic mixing. Most of them don't hardly use the overhead, and if they do, they're using it in such a pathetic way. It's like, what's the point in investing that into a process? That's like having a CB radio. A basic CB radio does 40 channel. These typical processors have on the average 32. You can add on a renderer and then expand those channels. That's similar principle to a CB radio. You modify it to extend the frequency range on the 40 channel on an AM. So you got then another band below the middle band, 27 meg, and then you go down into 27 a little bit, and then you gradually going into 26 megahertz band. You need to still go down a little bit more further, so you got to have another modification. So you're adding on 40 channel, and 40, and you have another switch for a low band, and then that'll take it down just a little bit lower, and then you have another modification, so you can go a little bit higher up, but you don't want to go too high up on a CB radio because then you go into 28 megahertz range, and you piss a lot of people off that they think they own the bloody airwaves. That's just like a Trinov, a Storm. And it's just like a Dolby CP850. You add on a renderer and it just gives you more channels. But most of the time, those channels are completely quiet. But then there is no noise there, and there's nothing. There's nano. You go on a CB radio, you go through the bands, the channels, or you can go through it if it was a ham radio, you go through the frequency dial, or you can see on the LCD screen, you can see the band that you're on. So what meters the 20, the 11, the 10, the 12, the 60 centimeter, all those sort of bands, and you can see if there's a signal there, it will spike, and you think, oh, and then you scroll down there and have a listen, because you can see it modulating. You can see it doing that sort of thing where it's a bit narrow there and then a bit more wider depending on the amplitude of the or the whatever the signal, and you can see it modulating. If it's a steady signal and it's not doing anything, it's nothing. It's just someone outputting a signal, or it's coming from some sort of repeater station or something or other. It's nothing there. Or it could be someone just having an experiment and generating a tone, a steady state tone. Yeah. I think that thunder rolling is finished. It's not really picked up. It's not really a big. I don't think it's been a full scale orchestrated thunderstorm that I've heard since last New Year. Yeah, that was a little bit more rumbly, and it had a few clap there of energy that I could just about feel in the building. I could just about feel it because of the acoustical energy generated by it. One time I measured an SBL reading on a thunderstorm that went up to almost close to 120. That was huge amount of violent energy being and then released. Of course, the sound wave will hit a building, and depending on how our buildings, you feel a vibration from it. Yeah. So I go back to tone generator. Oh yeah, I've got to turn off all the other channels they're turned on. Crying out loud. That's just distracting me, that. So many things there. This is another glitch with the Storm audio. God damn, it's easier if I showed it on the screen. I think it's a bit of a glitch. It's a bit annoying. I think they need to fix it. I think first and all, they need to fix this EQ thing on this. I mean, the Storm audio can only how many PEQ filters can you add? Only with the basic Storm audio, because you're not using a Dirac. I thought it was Dirac, like the alien creature in the movie Enemy Mine. You got a Dirac, and it's just adding. It's just like subtracting a letter, and then it says like the creature in Alien Enemy Mine, the Dirac creature. Um, Otherwise, it's digital something, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what, but I don't really care because it's completely useless unless I can go in and generate pink noise and start adjusting. But if it doesn't have narrowband frequencies that are up to 20,038 PEQ filters, I'm not interested in it. They can keep Dirac, you can keep Odyssey, you can keep it all. Because if it's going to add smoothing or whatever, or do something, or Q bandwidthing or whatever, I'm not interested. I'm only interested in something that I can go on to every single sine wave and adjust that until I've got it spot on, and then move, obviously orientating the microphones and just to get the balance, and then think, yeah, it's about there roughly, and then address that speaker and that speaker and that speaker and that speaker. That's the HF horn, and then address the bass channel, because if I EQ the bass channels, I can get them to more or less sound the same. So when it goes from left to left center, right, the tonality sounds the same. Otherwise, you put bass into your screen channel, turn off your other speakers, disconnect them, listen to the bass. Most people haven't even checked that in their home theatre. In a cinema, a dub stage, they'll be checking all that because they got to have tonality. Otherwise, you're not even done half of it. And you can throw all room EQ wizard and all that because most people are just EQing a speaker as a frequency response is as a whole. Basic simplicity of a speaker is just the bass and the HF horn. When you get down to a middle range, it just gets complicated. But has everybody bothered to even check the middle range drivers, each one? I bet most home theaters are not even bothered doing that. I bet when you play that pink noise and it's going around the bloody room, it's going like that. It should all be constantly the same. So if I play pink noise from the center channel, for example, it should sound the same over there, right through the surround speakers, literally on the overheads. It should be the same tonality. And that is very hard to accomplish. It's not impossible. It's extremely hard work to accomplish that. Once you got it like that, then it's going to sound, But I bet most people, because you're piss-arsing, wasting your time with frequency sweep. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You're fucking wasting your time. Get it in there with the bloody microphones and the pink noise. And do it in real time. Because you do a frequency sweep, whoop, whoop, whoop. And you look at all the overlays and you think, But you move those microphones and then, so I could have one microphone there, I could put one over there, one in this position, do the frequency. Like at the moment, I'm just experimenting. I could put, if I wanted to, I could put maybe up to approximately about 1 million microphones in this room. But that's impractical in the cost unless I liberate all that off the back end of a lorry with say, I'll give you a few £100 for 1 million microphones. Shh. Where the fuck? I then need where the fuck am I going to put line inputs to? Oh, not to mention how many eggs. Oh no, it's impractical. But it does have a certain practicality to it because of the complexity. Because it's like filling the room. Everybody talks about pressurization. Okay. I'm not stupid, I mean, I know what a pressure cooker gets up to, and then mostly all that is confined inside that pressure cooker. Have you ever bothered to put microphones on the outside of your home to see if it's venting, leaking? I think they do that on the space shuttle every mission. They pumped it up and check the PSI. That's always at the same cabin pressure, and it shouldn't be any different. It should always be the same. And if it's any different, then they're going to have to say, we're going to have to scrub the mission because it's not at the correct PSI. We can't launch. There's something wrong. So it's venting, it's leaking. Don't forget that vehicle goes for a heck of a lot of tolerances of, when on launch, and anything can go break apart or, and it's gone unnoticed. Just like those O-rings, and then kaboom. So you got to check, is the room above? You shouldn't be venting sound into a kitchen and vibrating obstacles where it's all pots and pans and breaking plates. I thought only entities of poltergeist do that sort of thing. But the sound shouldn't be doing that, and it doesn't prove anything that it's doing that. Is it really doing that in the room below? It's only because the energy, once it gets up there, if you measure it with a microphone, measure it down here, and then you measure it up there, you can see the sine wave tones are gone from that level up to that level. They've increased. And if you measure it, and if you put multiples of microphones all over the home, it's possible to see where the sine wave tones of low frequencies are going out, traveling around. Oh, that's why when you go to a cinema, most of that, the sound in that auditorium is percentually confined to that auditorium with a very minimal leakage because of the walls. If they turned the levels down and that, readjusted the levels, because if they're saying this auditorium or whatever has got an NC noise criterion rating down to 25, which is lower than the home, far lower than the home. You don't hear the traffic on the outside and nothing, it's all. Then you should be able to play a film soundtrack back at a less level, readjust everything, because if they spent if every auditorium cost a certain amount, and the sound system that's put into it, and it's not really doing it very well, then I think somewhere there's something's not working. Bass sound with concrete, and that is, well, you're not going to move concrete. You're not going to do that at a very low sound. Forget about it. You're only, at the end of the day, you damage your hearing. I mean, this is not really a concrete floor in this room. It's got metal bars or something going through it, and it's got a concrete poured on it, because if I jump and then in a certain area, I can feel it just flexing slightly. And the only time the floor has actually flexed with a sub bass low frequency, it's quite a while back, and I don't feel like repeating that. It was the movie The Spy Who Loved Me. I was just playing it where they were using the torpedo to blow out the bar doors so the submarine can get out of the oil tanker. And it had such a heck of a kick. I think I was sat over here because I had my computer in here. I had a desk over here, and I was sat over here. It's completely different now, this room. It's completely different. And I just felt the concrete floor flex, and I thought, bloody hell. But the sound pressure level, that was ridiculous. If it was a real earthquake that just started off, I'd imagine, I don't know how violent it would be on the top floor compared to a second, to the first floor, to a ground floor, because the way things would move. I know this. I'll just grab a few essentials, wallet, okay, keys, and my cats, and out the door, in that order. I don't give a fuck about anything. If it all comes crashing down, then I can rebuild it. We have the technology. Dun 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 dun. Just, you have to start over, just like everyone. You have to start over again. Earthquakes. Pain in the ass. Still some speculation whether the moon might be connected with earthquakes. Yeah. Gravity, ocean, unpredictable. The damn things are unpredictable. These microphones are not exactly close. So if I really practically really wanted to put that microphone more or less inside where this foam is here, kind of push it in there, or we'll have multiples. So it's just like having a little microphone capsule itself with a few wires, and I'll just put it on the edge there and then put the others slightly on the inside. So one above, one there, and one inside, and then measure the frequency of the tone, because obviously the wedge is going to change that frequency. Yeah, so sometimes you can EQ pink noise and suddenly, miraculously, you got it spot on. Fluke, a complete fluke. Because it's not easy to get the tone to be the same. It takes quite a lot of effort and quite a few microphones and a lot of this thinking up here. 250 years of advanced mind, but it develops an auto EQ to try and make it simplified, so it's done in just say the whole. It does all those speakers. There's no way it's going to sound, especially with small, tiny speakers versus something a little bit larger. It's like those JBLs up there. They're not the same. I can't use those behind the screen. I can't generate them. I would have to add too many of them to But if there's an 8-inch bass driver there, and 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 overhead as well, because they're the 8330 series, 8330 Mark IIs and A version, more or less the same drivers except for the cabinets. The difference in scale, but there's that many bass drivers, 8 inches all over the room. I can get a sine wave from all the surrounds to be at a certain frequency. Yeah. But it's just keep trying and looking at the frequency and what's kind of peaking and address it. But all I can do is fiddle with what I've got, which is pathetic, and then just adjusting the PEQ a little bit, adjusting the Q band width, and listening and moving around and listening for anything that might sound honky in the frequency range, anything that might be a little bit too high and it needs to come down, because you've got to look at high resolution. I can't look at this no smoothing thing here. This because the frequency range is going downward. It should be flat. I don't know why it always elevates down. If I use it always does that on REW. Not sure if the true RTA opened. Just refresh. Okay, open it. Can only go 1/24th. Yeah, I don't think it does. Yeah, I can't go any lower. But that. I wonder if I could generate that tone again. About 272. So it's about 302 there. because I'll go back onto the room EQ wizard. Put that smoothing down to I'll say about 299. Of course, change it down to 148. Oh, it is 148. Down to no smoothing, spectrum. Well, about 105 is about the lowest I can get there. Oof, I can feel it there a little bit there. Don't push it, because you could fuck yourself up. You think you're superhuman because that's our ego. That's why they run the Titanic over the Atlantic. Don't heed all the warnings and go crashing head onto a bloody iceberg and kill nearly half the bloody passengers. Bloody idiots. Well, pressure being put onto the captain, actually. He wasn't an idiot. It was just the other dickhead that was an idiot. Rich people. Oh, dear. We must get to New York in time. We must beat the record. At the cost of people's lives. Pathetic. It'd be easier just to take it across without passengers to see if, but it's just an ego thing again. It's like, it's just a human stupidity of ego. Like what I'm trying to do here with the EQ. I'm trying to get it better than all your home theaters. Because I know what to look for, I know what to listen for, I know what to feel for. That's 3 things. Know what to look for, listen for, and feel for. There might be a 4th there, which is a source. A source sort of thing. Everyone's striving. We're running around, chasing our tail around. But unless Behringer get their act together and make a decent, improved EQ, that I can a tool that I can then use. Otherwise, it's daisy chaining. A lot of these Behringer FBQs together, I don't know if they can do as many as. I heard rumours that Odyssey does each channel with up to about 200 or 250 filters per channel. Okay, if that rumour is true, where I read, because I've calculated just a fraction, a few bands, over 600 on a Behringer FBQ. That you would need so many of these. You need a rack of them. Because you can only dial in a certain frequency and then address that frequency by cutting it or equalizing the level until it's the same with that sine wave and that and that and that and that and that, all the way right down to 20 hertz. But if it could be modified, because it's programmable and that, if it could be the chip or find a way to modify it so you can use a single FBQ and then I dial that frequency, address it, go up to the next band and then generate the sine wave tone and so on and so on and so on. And until I've got everything like, and then play that movie back. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Is that what I've been missing? And people that kind of moan, oh, where's the bass gone? The bass is there. The stupid AV or whatever it is, you haven't got if you add on or even add on, say something like I don't know. It's a mixed bag sort of argument. If you use an AV receiver with built-in amplifiers, you're wasting your time. your home theater is, you might as well throw it out the window. If you use separates, use the outputs, the RCA phonos, XLR, whatever they got, and use those, and use outboard amplification with crossover management system, then you're halfway there. You're halfway there. You got control. With an average AVR, you got limited control. Only what the manufacturer has designed into it. But it's the same with professional Dolby Cinema processor. This is like the Monolith out of 2001. So smooth. You know, well, I think they said that in 2010, didn't they? Surface area is so smooth. Yeah, well, look at it. Look at this. It goes right down there, all the way up there. That is a complete CP200. I need a few extra cards, and but as it is, getting all these modules, the rest of these modules was like not easy, not easy. But there's not a CP200 on eBay at the moment, and if they sell, they're not going to be cheap. They're going to be a bit expensive because they're no longer serviceable, no longer spare parts. You could phone and say, hey, is there anyone there that knows how the CP2? There may be someone. A few more, no more decades, and you phone Dolby Labs up, they'll go, huh? What? Because anyone that knows the CP200 is now retired, and there wouldn't be any engineers there that wouldn't even know how it works, because they're only focused now on something new. So you'd have to have someone that's really good, that can pull out the schematics and everything, and then go over it, and then understand it, and then give feedback. But most that know the thing could almost give you instant feedback. But that's a neat piece of a complex piece of electronics, and that's all it is. You go from that size down to this size. You go from that size to this size. Yeah, because you go CP500, which is almost the same U frame as the accessory processor and the control unit, a CP500, CP50, CP55, 65. They're the same U frame size. CP100 is a little bit different because I think the module slightly. No, I think the CP100 comes as a whole thing. Yeah. Which was probably good at the time when they had it developed, but didn't last very long. It only lasted a few years as such, and then they had developed the CP200. So I'll get back to some pink noise. Because I don't think many home theaters generate pink noise, and particularly, they're Atmos speakers. It's not an Atmos. It's not called an Atmos speaker. It may say that on the box. That's just to make a fool out of you. You know, it's a speaker. You know. Otherwise, have you ever noticed they don't call that speaker a DTSX or an Oro speaker, a voice of God speaker? You ever notice that? It's just a speaker. that could be used for many practical application uses: overhead, sidewall, on the floor. Could be used for that, and that's it. Otherwise, it's Atmos is just the encode decode delivery, just the overhead. They're just speakers on the ceiling, speakers fitted within the ceiling, speakers that are suspended from the ceiling. So they seem to come in a few ways, which is no more different than going to a shopping centre and you can see speakers that are suspended from the ceiling, or they're fixed in within the floating ceiling. They're fitted within. So they come in many ways. So otherwise, we've been listening to overhead surround coming from speakers for decades. The special offers are on this aisle. Everybody rushes down there because they hear it. But most people are not looking at. I always, because I can notice the sound reflections and I notice all that. But most people hear and think, pause and look like that, and then they glance up and then they look at where the aisle is and that, and they go down there for the special offer. Yeah. It's pretty steady there. I'll go to the other, what's it, resolution, 148. No, it's not that one. There, it's that one. Spectrum, 148. There we go. It's a bit more flatter. Okay, I can work with that. Turn that back to pink noise. Turn the fader down. Yeah, I'm seeing quite a bit of a bass boost there. Let's just get that narrowed in. Whoopsie. Just the width. Okay. There's a bit of a bass boost down there. And mostly the EQ on the I haven't done the left center, right center one yet. I've done that on the Behringer Class D amplification, DSP EQ. So I can do it remotely. So I can move the USB lead over to the next amplifier and the next amplifier, and then address the filters. Otherwise, I'm not using any filters on this end on the bass, which will go to the amplifier. They're in neutral mode at the moment. So they're turned off. They're kind of bypassed. Oh, that's why I had a bit of that bass boost. I had the sub bass on. Let's have a look at that again for the center. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Yeah. So I had a bit of sub bass extension on. Turn it on. That's more like it. A bit shallow in areas. I'm looking at the bands, 1/48, and I'm trying to judge how many of those bands are more or less close to kind of flat level. Yeah, so kind of hit miss. Room EQ. It's not really called room EQ. You're just adjusting the speakers for because room EQ would be like actually changing the structure of the walls, ceiling, floor. Well, floor's a bit impractical in some way because you can't put skyliners and diffusers on the floor now because you'd be trampling all over it. You'd be walking all over it. So if I had a room that was completely even all around, bare walls, no treatment, and then apply a material of whatever, egg boxes, whatever, anything that's random in shape, and stick it to a wall and then analyze it again, I would see it will show on the RTA. And here's where I'm just thinking a little bit beyond. I don't think I've seen anywhere in a lab it's a thing. It's a toy or something that I think they still have it, and it could do some part of the frequency range. I think it was only about this size. Okay, this thing was only about that size. It had to be. You put your hand on it, and it's got little pins, all these little pins in it, and you make a shape of your hand, or whatever. You make a shape. If you had something like that, literally, on you can't really have it on the floor unless you want to do yourself acupuncture. Um, have it on the sidewalls, the ceiling, all the walls, back, over, down. And if these were slightly adjusted, so they go in a bit and some stay, or random, they're adjusted, they're adjustable. That's tiny little. They may react to some of the very high frequencies, but other frequencies, I don't know. But they will react. There will be a difference of A and B. But to design something like that, that's also motorized because these have to move in and out. They have to be motorized control. Oh my goodness! You know how many of those, depending on the size of the room, how many in this room? Oh, millions! Literally millions. A few millions or so. And because it's motorized, it's impractical because of the extreme enormous cost. But it's the mind. You see, the mind that thinks. If I could liberate and get all those, I'd have to have special kind of piston or air or whatever that can move these things in and out. So it's just basically when the sound hits that, and certain and it's changed and altered, it's going to change the frequency. That's equalizing the room by changing the actual, or put certain things. Where do you put bass traps? So many ideas and concoction for a bass trap. Have some part of where the wall is, the low frequencies are going behind that wall and then traveling around or something, and then coming back into the room to maybe extend the lower lows frequencies or something. There's so many ways, but only homes. You can't really do that in homes because you got to build it fresh, ground up, out in the back garden. You can't do it on the inside. You can't do it within the room that you are in. Otherwise, you're just going to take the room that size and you're just going to shrink it down to there. And then you're going to think, oh, it's a bit claustrophobic. If I open the window just a little bit, some part of the infrasonic low frequency goes from there and then it goes up there a bit. Oh, just a few dB gain just by opening the window. It's changed the wavelength. That frequency wants to get out. You know, it wants to travel because it's a long wavelength. There's other ways that, you know, within a room you could put manifolds, the infinite baffle, or you could just put manifolds, vents, where low frequency could go up into it and then travel through a long tube manifold that's all treated so it's not going to resonate, and then come back into the room. There's so many ideas and concoctions that could be tried. So many. If I put microphones in the ceiling, but in the attic, if I put microphones up there, I'll be able to see what the frequency, how much of the bass in this room is venting through a bit of plasterboard, and then it's got to go through another piece of material as well. So it's probably about that thick, and it goes through that. It's audible, and play other sine frequencies, and you don't notice it until you get down, and then you can control it. Find a way to controlling it. Yeah. Yeah. Once you got it controlled, and then I think, yeah. But it's got to be, you got to be able to walk around the room and it sounds the same. But you can only go so near to a loudspeaker. You get too near to a loudspeaker. So if you've got a loudspeaker here and you get near to it, and you then know it sounds like a loudspeaker, you know. You move away a little bit far away from it and it radiates. When you get a little bit nearer to it, that radiation width, it gets narrower, and it sounds like a speaker, you know. That's creating a wind sound in a movie, and it's, yeah, sure. Wind moves around in such a peculiar way, you know, and how it presses against that, or how we can feel it on ourselves at a very subtle, low sound level. And yet you try and play it in these stupid movies like, I don't know, some stupid movie like Dune, and they might have wind blowing. So, it's going to be completely exaggerated. You can't really particularly feel. I don't know. Probably a near field mix, so it's probably a waste of time. I don't know. I think I'll take the other microphone here and put it at the back with the other two microphones. I've got four lines here. Oh yeah, already. Yeah, I've got one microphone back there. Yeah, already. Yeah. How did I forget that? I must be getting dementia. Yeah. 1, 2, and 3. So this one here, it is connected, isn't it? Just check. See if I've not got. Just check. Yeah, that is connected. Yeah, that's connected. I've got two more microphones there. Because if I stand back and listen to the pink noise from a single speaker, air pressure on my ear. It's almost better. It's okay. Everybody gets these issues. I really need to be seated. I've got microphones in the way. It's a little bit awkward to squeeze in. And then I need to move from that position over to hit this position or in that. I rarely sit or move over to the other or just stand up. Move around. Going closer. There is one up there. I've not put any absorbent on that yet. I'm pretty sure it's in line sight. Pretty sure it's in a bit of a line sight. Yeah, sound's going to, even sound is going to reflect onto a projection port window. Think about it. So you can have everything absorbed back there, right? The sound is going to reflect onto that projection port window. Oh my goodness gracious, we got a problem, Houston. We got a main bus BEQ under overvolt. We're seeing a lot of whack here in the frequency peak here. Yeah. So you can't really absorb the projection port window. But it's a tiny degree, small. But you got something that's all absorbed in a room, and you're playing a certain pink noise, random pink noise, playing pink noise, and believe, I will notice something. Something sounds a little honky there. It's like a whistling sound or something, and you're scratching and think, where's it coming from? Absorbed all the room, and then you just look around and there's just one area that hasn't been treated. And then you could put some absorbent material over that port window in front of it and then listen to the pink noise and it's like, you take it away and it's like, there's something you can't fix. Something that you just cannot fix. Yeah. But you could try concoctions and ideas to try and minimize, and otherwise a frequency is going to go around the room and it's going to hit a surface and then instantly rebound, and then it's going to make a strange whistly honky sound, and you think, where the heck's that coming from? because it's spreading out all around the room. You just got to look at what is reflective. If everything's absorbed, there's no possible way it's doing that unless the speaker driver is faulty. And then you got diaphragms, HF compression drivers, diaphragms. They're a pain in the they're really an awkward thing to do an alignment, because you got to play the sine wave tone. Looking on the, of course, RTA, pink noise. You got to use those generators and check. You check frequency response. So the microphone's near to the HF horn. It's on the table, on the bench. You're checking it. You check every HF compression, horn driver, that they are all the same, and then you get one that's slightly a little bit different, and you think, and you adjust the diaphragm on the back, so you take the back plate off, and then you got the diaphragm, and then unloosen the screws, move it around a little bit, while it's still playing and aiming forward, and it's a very delicate sort of kind of operation, and tighten all the screws up, and then you think you got the frequency response a little bit better, and you're observing it carefully, and then now next stage is playing sine wave tone, because you got to double check and play a sine wave tone at that frequency and that frequency and that to listen to see if it's making any honking sound or resonant frequencies. So if it's generating a pure tone at one, say 800 or 700 hertz, there shouldn't be any other tone frequencies in front of it. If there are, then the diaphragm has to be, undo the screws a little bit, and you got to adjust it a little bit. And then tighten those screws down again, and then test it, go for it again, double check the pink noise again. Oh, flip it. It's awkward. It takes hours, because you got to check every HF horn. It takes hours of work. Occasionally, the pressures that they usually see, sometimes I think they move, but they can't really move their position. They're tightened down the screws. Oh, bit of thunder there and again, and back. It's still brewing out there. I get the impression. It's thunder. It's out there, but it's insignificant. It's not really doing a big show of spectacular. Sounds like it's a few miles away. It's nowhere on the grand scale of knock my socks off. I want you to knock my socks off. Okay. I think that needs to be adjusted again. Just the time delay. So notice I had a bit of time delay. And if you got bass cab and then HF horn bass cab, and bass cab, HF horn, and if you got the time delay adjusted, it can, because you can still hear the frequency response and where it kind of blends together, the crossover slope. Yeah, I can hear it, but yeah, got to adjust that as well. So, oh, it's brewing a little bit more. There's a few more little rumbles there of the thunder, but it's not anywhere located over here. It seems like it's, yeah, moving outward somewhere. Check the weather forecast, see if there's an update on that. Because interesting, humidity level was pretty high. Okay. 93% on the humidity level. Wind speed now has gone from 4 mile down to 2 mile. Temperature about 18. It's a mixture of the outlook. Let's look at the outlook. Outlook throughout the no week. Humidity level is going to go from a 93 down to a 70, 81. Prediction could change. It's random. Yeah, it's a little bit different to what it was, humidity level. I'm only seeing it within the room, humidity level up to about 66. I can hear a bit of rain outside, but it's not overhead. It's coming from the window. Sounds like a... It's because there's raindrops keep falling on my head. Da, 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 da. Random raindrops keep falling on my head, on the leaves, on the ground surface is where the rain mostly lands, and raindrops keep falling on my head. Yeah, but silent. The sound that I can hear is mostly the rain that's landing on the trees before it gets to the ground surface, which will make a different frequency sound, because the tree and the leaves are going to make a different sound frequency. It's going to be about that range. And by the time it gets to the road surface area, it's going to be a different frequency range. Oh, it's picking up a little bit now. It's getting a little bit, because it's coming down a little bit more harder, or a little bit more average rain cloud can hold up to somewhere like, I think it's 250,000 gallons of water. That's a lot. Yeah. Oh, I saw a bit of light. Oh, a bit of lightning there. Saw a bit of lightning there. Yeah, it's moving a little bit more this way now, that thunder. I'm not sure if I can do this at the same time, because I know I'm on live video. That's totally different thing. So I'll open up my video camera. I don't think it's going to change anything here. No, it's not doing anything there. Okay, I'll be able to do a recording in stereo. Whoops. Try that again. Come on. Video. Lord. Okay. Let's open the window a little bit. Well, I can just go outdoors. It's a lot better. Okay. Try not to drop my laptop. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Oh, it's lighting up. Yep, I think it is. Wow. I think it's slightly behind. I'm just gradually holding my laptop out a window. So. Most of that sound, oh yeah, wow, look at that lightning, wow. Camera's not picking up the background very well because the ISO. Wow. Maybe I'll use my, if I used a, close that, yeah, because I close that up now. If I use a, so that's thunder and lightning, you know, just like in Big Trouble in Little China. I'll post that later in stereo. But most of that sound I hear is landing on the trees, all that rain sound. With a tiny percentage that I think I can hear it on the ground surface because I'm up here, I'm on the high ground. I'm not down on the ground surface where it would be complete opposite. And then it's like rain sound, mostly below surround. And I hear another sound up there, but that's not sound, that's rain that's coming literally overhead. That's not possible because rain is free falling, silent. So only when it lands on a surface object, it makes a sound. If re-recording sound designers and all that can take that in, they can get these mixes to sound right. Otherwise, when I hear a Dolby Atmos movie that's got rain sound effect, I'm taking it apart. I'm analysing, I'm scrutinising it, and it only takes a couple of listens, repeat listening, and it's like, oh wow, that thunder's getting nearer. That's nearer. I think it was gradually somewhere over that way and gradually moving over this way. So I gradually move over. But otherwise, it's been going slowly for maybe a couple of hours or so since where it started from, and it's moving. Pink noise. Yeah. Well, I've got the overhead switched on. No, just the experimental. Just the experimental. And I got it on matrix. Yeah, I got it switched on matrix on the overhead. Wow. Wow, that rain I can hear coming from the window. And does it disrupt the EQ that I'm doing in the room? No, not one bit. Use that stupid Odyssey or Dirac, that bloody useless. Oh, I do a frequency, and everybody's kind of like thinking, what the heck's going on? It's something to do with the microphone connected to the computer. Because you get the thing saying the background sound is too noisy. Well, if you're outdoors, PA, concert, and you're EQing, that's like I say, sound waves travel different outdoors compared to indoors, and you got to EQ, and you're on the outside, and there's all sorts of sounds in the background still going on. But if you generate the pink noise and you're looking and you get the level up to it, obviously that pink noise going to that mic, picked up on that mic, is going to mask other sound that's there, so you get a masking effect. And you just quickly check it. I don't know how long they take to check those things, but oh, that was a nice bit of a thunder rut. Bit of a didn't see it on the RTA. Oh damn, missed it. Because if I can hear it, so the microphones will be able to pick it all up. Now, once that's finished, it's going to smell fresh outside. Hasn't had a good rain fall in, not this year so far. No hard rain. Mild, just mild. So it's kind of freshen outdoors. Which my kitties want to come in? Which one's going to be a good kitty cat? I knew it was Bear. You want to come in, Magic? Oh, he wants to go back out. Can't make up your mind, can you? No. He can't make his mind up. Yeah, so pink noise on the overhead, generates some pink noise on the other channels. Let's have a look at it. Let's just do that one more time now. Oh yeah, some of that thunder was getting down almost near the 20 hertz. Wow. Okay, within that range, even though it's crooked. Turn on the surrounds. Mute that. It's a little bit higher than the center channel. It's a very complex sort of thing to do. His back surrounds are a little bit high. So turn the fader level down. And there's a bit of a peak in that frequency range that could be adjusted. I have to use not individual equalization. I'm going to do a bit of a cheat here. Put in some filters on the Storm. Not that I use filters on the Storm independently. If I'm going to put a filter in there, I'll use the same frequency cut, the same bandwidth, and just because I can see a bit of a peak frequency there, so I know it's generating from both. Oh, plus the microphone's a bit nearer to the back of the room versus, but I could still tell the tone was a little bit louder. Wow, that rain's picking up a little bit more again. There's there's literally tons of water, tons and tons. and it's just been released. And it comes down uniformly over a wide area. If it all were pushed into a square 2 meter or something, or 1 meter or something, 1 meter, it's only about 3 foot-ish. If all that rain were to literally come down in a flash flood, not that it's possible, in a square meter, you would get hammered. You will get hammered, because that is a tonnage of water coming down on top of you. It's like dropping buckets of water down per second, per second, per second, per second, per second. You get hammered. But when it's over a wide area and it's coming down, flash flood, and you can barely see what's in front of you because it creates a sheen of blurry image. All you can see is just like that. It's like doing that. Flickering, you just see a complete blurred image. Even though, you can see your hand in front of you, but if you're standing behind something like what I was outside under a bus stop, and I could see out through the plastic glass, and I'm taking pictures of the thunderstorm. All I could see is just a blur. I couldn't see across the road. All I saw was a blur of image. I could see light and colour, but all blurred because of the amount of rain that's coming down per second. And those storm drains that are only about 15 feet down or so, overwhelmed in just less than a minute. Storm drains pushed out of the ground because there's so much pressure. We try doing that with a home theatre. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So we'll turn that up. Turn it down. Turn it on. Oh, wow. It's interesting. Switch. Is that one off? That one off? That one off? This one here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Wow. Go on to the, what do you call it? Go on to the architect, the crown architect. Go open that up. Open that up. Yeah, still brewing around that thunder. Wow. Incredible. Spectacular. Architect takes a while. Come on, open up. So slow. Okay. Have I got any PEQ filters? I don't think I've got any PEQ filters turned on there, so I don't have anything adjusted. Occasionally, I'll move that microphone a little bit. Oh, Bear wants to come in, but he's not. He's an old cat. I'm not coming in, Bear. Go away. Go away, Bear. Magic. Don't come in. You don't want to come in. You just want to, and then you want to go out again. So go and settle down and relax, boys. Go and relax. Yeah, I've got a PEQ filters turned on, but they're just the same frequency. What's going on with that one there? Those are off. That one there, they're the same. Except for channel 5. Okay. Let's bypass. Let's turn that back on. Oh, wow. That's a bit of a thunder brew there. Oh, that was. Wow. God's sakes. What is wrong with them? Can you stop it? There. It's hard work when you got EQ with cats. Very hard work. Extremely hard work. I'm pretty certain it's not anything that could be cancelling out the frequency, because if I think about where that is to where the other surround speaker is, that could be. Let's have a look at that. Where's some glue? It's argumentative, that. It's a very kind of mixed bag sort of issue thing there. The filter and see what goes on. Maybe the lower end. Match PQ maybe. Frequency 400. Tap. Get about 3. Down. Could be nothing. Could be nothing. Okay. Wow, that was low thunder. Wow, that was big. On that one. Yeah. Some of that bass in that surround. Wow, I thought it was thunder still outdoors. Wow. It's picking up that thunder. That's going to change much difference there. So get a bit narrow, come a bit nearer to sight, get to a certain distance, get a little bit more nearer, or to a point where it's kind of coupling, and it goes, and you go, yeah, it's pulling and pushing away, weaker opposite. Oops. Oops. work, can't they? Oh, Jesus. Interesting. That is interesting. I think the thunderstorm's ended. Sounds like it's ended now. Yeah. 15, 20. Simultaneous. Let's get that far. Put some more variables on that. See if we see something changing. Let's change the resolution, make it no, I have to memorize it. I have to memorize it. I'll put one there. Oh, there you go. One there. And I'll put a second one in. Enable. Okay. Let's see. So what's the change there? interesting if I did that, but it's going to make it sound a bit whistly. Yeah. Hard to say whether that's gone down or gone up. Hard to say. It's hard to say that. Hard to say. It would have some impact. It would, but the microphone's not placed near to it, so it's probably not going to register and pick up on it because of the distance and angle. Angle on that, angle there, angle on that one. This way. That's that way. One that way. One the other way. So, that way. Go that way. And that way. Yeah, that makes sense. That does. Go that way. Go that way. Yeah. Just trying to have that like that, and let's kind of try to bring it like that. Let's see. Let's see what I can fiddle with here on the. See what I can fiddle here with the Crown Architect. Wow. That's an overall SPL. It's a bit more of a well. Let's give him a false reading now. very tricky, especially when tones are moving. It seems like it's down. Yeah, it's not that. It's definitely the middle range. Softer. It's a bit high. Overall. Software. It's a little too high. Mm-hmm. adjust it anywhere, because lose track of these things is very easy. It's very easy to lose track. That's a little bit on the right side. Just a little bit. I think I talked about it earlier. I think I mentioned it. Just about remembered. I might get to the lines check. So I've got the lights turned off there. Alright. Okay. Same time. Oh yeah. Yeah. Same below might be. Possibly. As it moves around this room so many times instantly, and it's always going to shape frequency. Mm-hmm. Maybe if I do something up there. Can't put anything there. In the way of the turntable. That's got to be cleared off. That's got to go in the kitchen. I could then put the turntable over there. And put something up there. Okay. Find some material that would work. Put quite a bit of, maybe, get a few of those kind of foamy, kind of like bass trap things. Glue a bundle, stick it in that corner. Because that's just a void. It's a void. You know, you can have walls, plasterboard walls or something, but you don't know what's behind it. It might be some structure of the wall ring, or then it might be a void. It might be an oddness in the wall. You can't see it. The base is going to partly go through that plasterboard, and then it's going to get to somewhere where there's something, but you can't see it. Unless you strip the whole room down, you don't know what's behind those things. Go knocking and tapping on it, and you notice, oh, that's very dense and that's very hollow. So sound is going to get into that spot, bass range. It's going to alter the bass frequency. It's going to change it. It's gone up a bit. That's gone up a bit there. And that'll be on the. I can come back to that. Mm-hmm. Hear it there. No, it's picking that up. Oh yeah. Mm. Mm. Can you notice when adjusting the phase, variable phase, you notice a slight shift in the frequency in the high end? I'm not seeing much scale change in the lower part of the HF horn, but I can detect it in the. It's random. It's strange because of the way the speaker each one is. Probably the impedance, like say a microphone, measure all the microphones, and all the impedances are different. And you know, but yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it. I can hear that variable. I can hear a kind of, and it's being in a certain position. If I move in another position and adjust it, goes over my head. Don't notice it, and I've got to probably maybe move over a little, shift over a little bit until I detect it again. But the microphone, I can see the slight shift. Hmm. Try that. Try. Huh? Wow. Wow. Let's have a look at that. It was less. Trade it off. Maybe that one wrong. Maybe trade that off. There we go. No. Have a break from that pink noisy. Wow. I don't see any change, then it's not going to work. It's not going to. TBX, no, DB. Is there a what's it? Multi. Something like, even if it were 5 channel or 8 channel, 8 channel, 8 channel, 8 channel. No, they got to be powered. Oh, crikey. More things got to be powered. Unreal.
The Force is with you, young Skywalker. Look, someone's up there. Look, someone's up there. Look, someone's up there.
Look, Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it under. Mind to open the top hatch. Slow down. Slow down and look it under. Mind to open the top hatch. Look, Chewie, slow down. Look, Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it under. Slow down. Slow down and look it under. Slow down and look it under. Mind to open the top hatch. Slow down. Look, Chewie, slow down. Look, Chewy, slow down. Chewy, slow down. Slow down and look it up. Slow down and look it up. Luke, Chewy, slow down. Slow down and look it up. 9 to open the top hatch. 9 to open the top hatch. Luke, Chewy, slow down. Slow down and look it up. 9 to open the top hatch. Slow down and look it up. 9 to open the top hatch. Luke, Chewy, slow down. Slow down and look it up. 9 to open the top hatch.
Okay, easy, Chewy. Okay, easy, Chewy. Okay, easy, Chewy. Okay, easy, Chewy. Okay, okay, easy. Okay, okay, easy, Chewy. Easy, Chewy. Easy, Chewy. Okay, easy, Chewy. Okay, easy. Okay, easy, Chewy. Easy, Easy chewing. Okay. Easy chewing.
Where's my laser?
Okay. Easy chewing.
Where's my laser measurement? Where did I put it? I think it's. Oh, well, I'll just have to use an ordinary tape measure. There's approximately that distance. Yeah, I might as well just go a little bit further than that. might as well just go a little bit further because it's got to go to the back row. So I think that's about 12. About 12. Oh, 12. There we go, 12.
Luke, Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it under. And open the top hatch. Slow down. Slow down and look it under. And open the top hatch.
Wow.
Okay. Easy, Chewie. Okay. Easy, Chewie. Okay. Easy, Chewie. Chewie. Easy, Chewie. Easy, Chewie. Easy, Chewie. Easy, Chewie. Okay. Easy, Chewie.
Wow.
Easy, Chewie.
Go on now. Where is it? There's the remote. Come on, come on, come on. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, switch over the. So I'm going to check it on the RTA. Save that. Input. Let's change that. Okay. Go to that.
Okay. Easy, Chewie. Okay. Easy, Chewie.
Wow. Wow. Oof. It's bending my ears at about 6.8 kilohertz. Bring that down a bit. Turn her off.
Okay. Easy chewing.
That's a bit calmer. Still got that energy in the HF.
Easy chewing. Okay. Easy.
Between the analog track and the digital track on the Empire Strikes Back, almost transparent. Whereas Willow is about 9 dB. More powerful on the digital track, digital PCM Dolby Stereo than the analog Dolby Stereo track. Empire seems about transparent almost within tiny margin, whereas Willow's a bit more.
All too easy. All too easy. All too easy. Perhaps you're not as strong as the Emperor thought. Impressive. Obi-Wan has taught you well. You have controlled your fear.
Wow. Awesome. I'll get back here. That looks two-dimensional on screen. It's two-dimensional on screen, so it looks flat. But tell by the set decoration. And he's back here. Darth Vader's back here, sort of walking up, and then comes on screen. Wow. Should be able to see a difference. Okay, turn that, hit that one. Hit that. Hit that. Okay. About that frequency there. Let's see, 3.56 kilohertz. Kilohertz down there. Put that frequency back at 6. So 3.6. Up a bit. Let's have a look at that. Let's brought it down a bit. Interesting. That's an interesting thought. Mm-hmm. Going that way, that way. If I put a microphone a little bit near, one over there and one over there, and kind of make it like a triangle. Let's see. Okay. Turn that off. You don't know. Mm-hmm. Trade off. Can I trade off anything there? Mm-hmm. I don't know. So say. Trade off that. See what goes on. See what I can do with that. Let's power up that laptop. That's had low power in it. Okay. Where's the output read? But it's a hit and miss. Yeah. I do any change there, it's not going to really make any damn difference. Because of the nature of the damn mix. Yeah. So if you go at it, it's alright. I'd have to have a digital level one and an analog. Well, Dolby Stereo 4241 and a discrete one. So they're all handled discreetly, independently for the type of mix of the nature of the matrix. I can tell you about the matrix. The red pill, the blue pill, the pink, the white, I don't know. Got so many pills.
Before more imperial.
Got so many pills. EQ off. Turn that off. Those microphones on. Turn that off. Turn that one back on.
Okay. Easy, Chewie.
Mm-hmm. Change anything on the one stages go, one stage is a bit higher. guessing that's probably about 10. Let's see, wires. Yeah. What a mess! What a mess in here. Oh, there's bits around that. That's interesting. Project. Actually, you out of my way. Don't trip me over. Conspiracy. Yeah, you want conspiracy. You're a conspiracy cat. What lead is it? What lead is it? Okay. Let's see. It's still okay. So I'm finished with that. Not finished with that yet. 17. Okay, pin 17. Right, first I need to do a check on pin 1s. I need to check levels. They gotta be checked first. They gotta be checked first, levels. So that. So. Pin 17. Pin 17. What was it? 17. Good. Pin 4. Ugh. See if that does anything. Should be energized. Energize. Still looks the same. Some of the picture's still there. Still, curious. Curious. Okay. I think another something else that's got to be connected. Grabs that out. That's the signal. Should have worked theoretically. Sure. Right. Okay. Of course, mate. I'm not going to. I should have done something. Let's see. So if I can. I don't know. I don't know if this will work. 7.12. Okay. 7.12. What is that? 5 volt. That's a little bit too low. That's a little bit too low on that output. Anything else here? What's this? USB. That's for this panel thing here. Oh, yeah, it's for that. Somewhere between 7 point and 12 volt I need. You always meow magic. set it to set it there. So the power's on. So now, bang. Oh, can't see any light coming on. Oh, weird. Unless this thing's gone faulty. Huh. Can't see any voltage there, can't I? That must have gone, this transformer thing must have gone faulty. Huh. How many more have I got? Oh, that's working now. Obviously that other transformer was faulty. That's 12 volt. Could be 7.5 or 12 volt it would operate on. But I just, I don't know. I don't know what it's going to do. If it's going to have a buzz on it, that would be unacceptable. Think. Too messy. There's not any rack space there for this. I've got to have 3 of them. I wouldn't mind if that was a 19-inch rack mount. It'd be a bit more tidier. With all these, you know, got inputs, outputs, and they're all over the blooming place. I'd prefer if it was all on the back and then the controls on the front to adjust. But no. I have to figure another way. Figure another way. For something that's 19-inch rack, 1U frame, something like that. It's got the. I'm surprised. I'm surprised this company doesn't make a 19-inch rack, 6 or 8 channel. Well. want some food now? All right. Get some food. Come on, Madge. Come on, Magic. Come on, Magic. Two signals, plus and negative, come together. They cancel out noise. Or do they? What's the signal noise? Signal noise ratio. Signal noise ratio. Automation, system output -10. Doesn't, because there's several outputs. And there's several outputs there. If I were to take a line off the output on the Storm audio, take the negative or positive, one of those lines off. I usually do that on the amplifier for HF. See if I notice any difference. If there isn't much difference, or any difference, any change, then the signal noise ratio is good. Anyway, let's have a look. Clean box. Oh, bloody hot. Clean box Pro. Is that one? Clean box Pro 2. No, it's Art. Yeah, it's that one. What's on their website? Things might they might have some new things. Products. Otherwise, the little handy art box is okay, but I'd rather have like 19 rack mountable, one new frame that I can just put in the rack. Active, passive, DIs. That's passive. Passive works. Active. Is it that one? No. It's the wrong power output, rack, utilities. Okay. Utility. So, No. No, not that. To make that. So I'm doing signal. Is it going to clean the signal up? Is it going to clean the signal stage up? Clean up for that Sony. Bounced and bounced, bounced and bounced. 90, 90, let's try it. MX82, 88, 1 second. I've already got that. No, that's no good. What's this? This is unbalanced. The problem with the storm is that cocksuckers. They're cocksuckers. I don't know. Let's have a look. So, used that way. It could be used that way. Should have got them on the CPU. Connecting down there. Oh yeah, that's a bad picture. Crying out loud. Look at that. Focus on that picture. Crikey, looks like a blind man took it. Bloody hell, it's a dreadful picture. Um, £4,000? Not fucking hell, I'm not paying that. Oh! Not throwing that. Let's think. I guess that's a special way. ECM, split the signal, don't do it, so crikey. Oh, that's noise reduction. Oh. It's just a complete mess. It's a complete mess. Okay, look at converters again. Unplugged it onto one of those leads. Where's those short lead? I'll connect it on the computer so I can see what frequency that is. Got make lead. I've got a lead here somewhere. I think it's this one. Oh no, it's this one here. Okay. Bloody hell. I'll do that. Okay. I need to take one channel off. I need something to join those leads up. Either a pair of crocodile clippers or I think I've got one of those. What's it? Yeah, it must be in the cupboard. Okay. Channels are going on channel. Oh gosh, left, right. I think it's channel 3 or channel 4. Let's see. I think it's channel 4. Should be able to go over to computer. See, where is it? Shh. Okay. Just confirm. Okay, there's the frequency. So that's working now. Okay, so I'll turn that off for the moment. That's weird, it does that. But I can't really see anything in the way of hiss or noise. Mute it. Okay, I do see it now. I do see it. Yeah. I see it. You know, we can get this thing, Mac. I think I see some of the typical Sony SDDS sort of, what's it thing there? Central that frequency. Let's see there. So it's kind of random, very faint. Oops, no, turn that, mute it again. Damn, it's the other button, it's the other switch. Turn that off. Yeah, I see it. I see it. See those random frequencies there, but they're very low down. They're very, very low down. But they're there. It's weird because it's something to do with the function here. When kind of putting it into, so I could see the graphic, see the display change thing, value changes, change of levels and so forth. It's got an emitting noise. It's on all Sony SDDSs. How did those Japanese people miss that completely? How did they miss that with all that billions of dollars of equipment they have and all that? How did they miss that? They must have been drunk at the time and didn't notice it. But it's there. But you got to know what to look for and then go looking for it. Oh yeah, look at those frequencies there. Blimey. But they're so low down on the signal noise rate. You know, you got to have the damn thing turned up so damn loud, and then you'd notice all the other things. And but yeah, as for the mute, I'll mute it. Wait. Yeah, I was right. It was about a 10 dB. It's about roughly about 10. Mute it again. It's about possibly maybe a 10 to, oh gosh, maybe 14, 10 to 14. I notice there's a dip there, but let's see, it's just noise. Let's see if I put a filter box on there. Is it going to improve that? Because it's got to convert the signal. Stupid Storm Audio. Even I think even the Trinog is stupid as well. They don't have balanced inputs. You got to have balanced 8-channel inputs. They haven't even got any. All right, I got the cable there connected. Connect that box up, and then because connect the RCA. I'll see if I can see a signal change. If I don't see anything that's changed, don't really do soddle. If it's adding something, maybe like in the transformer buzz, that's just a fault on the transformer, not the actual device itself. Okay, grab it. Try it again. Very messy. Head torch. Oh. Try doesn't it? Doesn't. Bang. Where's the lead? Where's the bloody leads? That's down there. Oh, crikey. Oh, this is going to be a dog dinner. Oh, right. Got gain levels there. Stereo output. Stereo output level. Stereo output level. Balanced. Oh, yeah. That one there. Okay. One signal. Oh, I don't know how I'm going to get that connected. That is awkward. That is awkward. Oh. Okay. So if that's doing anything or if it is working. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell if that's working. Let's get some signal going through that. Let's get some signal going through that. See what I can see. No, I'm not seeing anything. No. There's no signal going in. There's no signal going in or coming out. It doesn't work. That's weird. That's weird. Okay, check it over. What's going on here? What's going on? Okay, it's on there. Oh, what's going on there? Just saw something going up and then went down. Can't really tell. Unclear about that. So I'll undo that. got signal going up. Let that lead while what's that on the output input. Put that back on. Unclear, I can't really tell if that's something not right about that box. Put an unbalanced signal in, using an unbalanced signal out. It should be passing the audio. The gain levels turn up maximum. Yeah, I don't see anything. Try again. Oh, it's not moving, it's not budging. It's steady. It's not doing anything there. It's not budging. So can't be a signal that's going in, but there must be a signal going in. But it's not registering on the out. Oh. Sure. Let me swap one of those cables around and see what's going on. Just let that play until I see something moving. No, 0, nano. Weird. Unclear. Can't explain. Yeah, what a mess. Doesn't work. Interesting. Oh well, it must work, but it's just not working. Weird. Can't figure that.
Small enough not to be noticed, which is advantageous for everybody since our customers are anxious to avoid attracting attention to themselves. Aren't you afraid the Empire is going to find out about this little operation and shut you down? It's always been a danger, but it looms like a shadow over everything we built here. But things have developed that'll ensure security. I've just made a deal that'll keep the Empire out of here forever.
We would be honored if you would join us.
I had no choice. They arrived right before you did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, too. No, 3PO's with them. Just hang on. We're almost there.
Stripping this thing. And these cables are pulling on that. Around there.
Stormtroopers. Here. When in danger. I must tell the others. Oh no! I've been shot! Lord Vader.
You may take Captain Solo to Jabba the Hutt after I have Skywalker.
He's no good to be dead.
He will not be permanently dead.
Lord Vader, what about Leia and the Wookiee?
They must never again leave.
That blooming box. Anything?
Perhaps you think you're being intrigued.
Box doesn't do sod all. Yeah. Maybe it's something to do with the signal input or the output. Doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, that's good. Oh, I should be cool in about 10 minutes. Oh. Yeah, because it's not connected back onto the so yeah. You get that. That's it. Yeah, weird. I can test it other way. And it was, yeah, showing a signal to noise ratio. Yep. So I'm looking at about 10 dB. 12 at the very least, maybe. 12 at the very least. Plus or negative come together. You've got one waveform going that way, the other waveform going that way. Oh no, you've got one waveform that way, and if there's another waveform going that way, they add on more noise, So one that waveform that way, the other that way, poof, cancel out the noise. That's what the thing should be doing. Ooh.
To me, the Empire will compensate with the dice. A lot to me, a lot to me, a lot to me. The Empire will compensate with the dice. And I will compensate with the dice. With the dice. Women, 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 women.
It's got to be something there that works. Something cheap that works. Maybe those things do work, but maybe they only work in XLRs. But should have saw some. I should have seen at least some signal going through the damn thing. But not connected up. Parallel, connected up, left and left connected on the RCA, unbalanced in, and then the output should do a balance kind of conversion sort of thing, but not even a signal passing through. There's no point me trying the XLR because there's no XLR on the inputs. Oh, lousy manufacturers. I mean, bloody hell, even the Sony STDS has got balanced in and balanced outputs for crying out loud. Oh. Oh, let's see. What's Rune? What is this Rune? I don't even use it. Another useless piece of garbage that, oh. Okay. There's got to be a converter box here. Clean sound signature. I don't think that's going to do it. There's going to be something there. Converter, buffer cable driver. 1, 2, it's only 4 channel. Hang on, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 channel. Let's see, it's looking at. I don't know if something like that would work. I really don't know. I really don't know. But got unbalanced signal there, but then it's balanced out. It's, I don't know. I could still connect a ground and a positive on the output. Still can connect a positive and ground on the output, and then can take that signal and connect it to, or kind of, I would test it first from the output from the Sony. And if I see a difference, then great. If I don't, if it's the same, then it's no good. It's not usable. It's not usable. Uh, there. Doubt there are any of them. Yeah, not a ball. None of them. Ugh. Okay, try there. Oh, there's one there on the eBay USA. I bet he doesn't ship it to the United Kingdom. Oh, yes, he does. The standard. Oh, no. I think that's just, no, it doesn't. I can't believe it. Why wouldn't it? It's not that much. It's cheap. But, let's see. Let's see. He's got a lot of them. Oh, this must be years old. Ooh. Oh. Oh no, hang on. Bounce. Yeah, bounced. Hang on. Which one? Hang on. What am I looking at here? What am I looking at here? Black at the front. Oh right. Okie dokie. Yeah, I was looking at the other diagram. It's only showing one picture. Okie dokie. I can see this. I can see that. Okie dokie. So that's got to be the front of it, because of where the rack ears are located. And that's the back of it. Okay. So we've got balanced output, unbalanced output on the rear of it. On the front, got unbalanced on the RCA inputs. So I guess even if I were to connect at the front and then connect the other leads on the output of the RCAs, I don't know. I don't know. Is it going to make that signal? Is it going to make that signal so it's like 12 dB quiet? So I can turn up the level and I still wouldn't even notice it because it's been attenuated. It's been adjusted. And then I have to look at the weigh the balances here. What's this? That's 8. That's 8. I've got 3 of them. That's 6 channels. That's 8. So I have to do a bit of a kind of comparison. So if I look at the Art Clean box thing that I have, how much that costs. Okay. And I've got 3 of them. And they're average. What are they? Hello, Bear. You're going to be a good book. You're going to be a good ragdoll. Bear, you're going to be a good ragdoll. Average £77 at the most. 89, 79. Oh, it can't be that one. Let me see. Hang on. I know where. Just remember. I could hear that Sony buzzing. Got the level turned up so bloody loud, and I thought, oh, I could hear that Sony typical thing. Okay, let's focus. Let's do the focus. There you are, T. Yeah, that's the DI. Yeah, got the that's the active one. That's it. What was that? What was that price? £92. Eee! Unless that price has gone up. Okay. The other ones that I see, depending on who's supplying for the demand, the other ones were about 70 and 80. So average, okay, 92. 92. I've got three of them. That's 276. And this box is 389 plus 92 again. 368. I don't know if he's going to ship it over the UK. Plus, it's rack mountable, where the other ones are, I think, just even if I stick 3 of those stick 3 of them in there, that's almost taking up the rack space. And there's not even, so this one, because of where the XLRs are located and so forth, but I just don't know if it's going to work. I just think it might work for something else, but it may not work for what I want to use it for. So I have to figure it out. Come here. Find another solution. Find another solution. Find another solution. Should be converting that signal. Otherwise, I can still get through it. It's just there. I just want to filter it. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. Sonic image. There's a lot of these sonic image. Ooh, what are these? Sort of like plug-in filters or something. Yeah. There's another one. He's got a few of these. Oh yeah. So discrete voltage controlled amplifier module. Discrete voltage controlled amplifier module. VCA. Oh, blimey. Hasn't got many items there. Oh well. Continue looking. Can't believe I paid that for those bloody things. Daylight robbery. Doesn't seem to be doing everything. Let's see. So another look under images. Whatever that is, just looking at judging by the look at that costs too much. Oh, what's this? Tascam. Not sure if I looked at Tascam before. Got signal trim. It's okay. Back panel. Oh no, that's just the ground lifter thing. No, don't need that. Haven't got any ground hum on the system. Signal go through. Balanced input. And it comes unbalanced out. So you got a ground and then you got a positive and a positive, Unbalanced balance converter. Plus in, negative in. And then the ground connected down there. And I'll see that there is a positive with signal there. So it's going through and then going back in. That one there. It's down to Simple thing to do. Should have worked even when I connected the what's it? Should have worked there. Should have done something. But bloody audio conspiracy. Everybody's doing the same thing. Right. Anything. But it's only it's not a multi-out, so forget about that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Switch. Mm-hmm. Digital conversion. Now digital conversion. I'm a bit skeptical about these DACs. All I see on Audio Science Review, everything seems to get like a headless panther. You know, I don't know why Amir doesn't get himself a cat and then just throw it into the cat litter box. Headless panther. It's just too kind, you know. But it seems to piss off manufacturers. It seems to piss off all these high-end industrial people. It seems to piss them off. I don't know. I just don't know. Come on up here, you gotta be a good boy and settle down, match there. Let's stop the Empire Strikes Back. Not playing any sound of it at the moment. So that's one thing I can see doing something. If it does something, and if it's cheap, if it does something, I don't know. And digital converter, but it's going to be PCM, isn't it? In it or in it? Let's think. Look at that. Oh no. Yeah, I've got one of those boxes. Little tiny little box. I've got one of those. But no, I don't think that's going to, because it's got no optical input, so that's going to be complete. The optical inputs on it. That's not going to do anything. It's not going to. I can see it in my head. I can see it in my mind. That way to convert that signal. So you plug analog RCA phono in, and then you have a code, digital output code from the TOS link that can connect back in. And I select the processor. So it's like neutral for the selected inputs. I don't want the signal going to left and right only. That's pointless. It's got to take the signal, the Dolby Stereo signal, and convert it. And I could see it there in the mind. I could see it there working. I don't think there's anything out there that's made and it's practical and it's cheap. Because I am not spending 1,500 for a fucking digital analog converter. No way. Analog, no way. Absolutely not. What the heck is this box here? What's this box? What am I looking at here? Well, £342 and what the heck is it? Got input select. Okay, I got an input select there. But output is no. So because it's digital, isn't it? You got on the laser display. You got RCA phono. You got Toslink. You got digital PCM out on the Toslink for say like DTS or DVD. If it's the player that can play DVD, then yes. RCA coaxial RF output. That's for Dolby Digital. So that goes into a demodulator and then an optical lead coming out, plugged in. That sorted. But damn, there's got to be a box here, something that does it. Isn't it Madge? Some sort of black magic, like magic. It's got to do. But at the end of the day, it's just some filtering cleaning up. And conversion. Keep looking, keep looking. So many things out there, so many things out here that's eluding me. Because I can't even use, I don't think you can use the digital input for the, I'm not paying that stupid price for that bloody thing. Fucking bullshit. Isn't it, Bear? It's bullshit. I've got to look on images. I just see too many diagrams of bit rates and digital binary conversions and yeah. Otherwise, what's this one? Tascam. Huh, blimey. Yeah, these are a little, what's it? Well, looking at the output, the back of it, that's no good to me. Maybe they don't do an 8-channel one. Yeah, maybe try a keyword. Try 8. Crikey, 800, 2,000. Fucking hell, I'm not paying those stupid prices. Wow. These shows are fucking hell, it's too much. Too much. Let's see. Let's go back. Let's go back there. Where are they? There. Are they on here? Okay, they're on here. Send a message. What's going on there? What's going on? Oh, there it is. Bloody screen's bloody. Zoom to what? Oh, the fuck. Can't see the bloody thing. Put that up there. Okay. Whoopsie. Oh, no. Don't need that. Scroll that down there. Okay, now I can see it. Where is it? First I've got to have the model, make sure I've got those. Okay. So one. Go back over there. Oh, now I can see it. Okay. So I'll wait till I get a response from them. Yeah. Wait until I get a response. Of course, it goes to marketing, doesn't it? So it doesn't. So like, oh gosh, I'll have to say then, well, pass that info on to an engineer or a design engineer. Pass that along, because I don't think they're going to know too much. They're just. Sometimes they just don't know much, do they? You just got to pass that information on to someone that knows, and then get the information back, for crying out loud. God. Otherwise, I'm not having any joy. The only arts that work are the ones I got connected for the HF horns, and they're just a passive box where I just got a variable control where I can just trim the level within fractions of tiny dB. I mean, tiny fractions. Otherwise, other things are, maybe 0.1 dB, which is tiny. But, they're values that are a little bit below it, just so it's variable. So it's minute adjustment control. That's what I like so I can do some level balance control there for the balance for the horns to the amplifiers, obviously. So if I put a sine wave tone generated into the amplifiers, I take the level indication on the amplifier with a grain of salt, because I don't know, it may be inaccurate, it might be accurate, I don't know. But the thing is, I use that sine wave, and then I should get the levels indicating glowing in white on the amplifier. They glow with white color on the LED. And if I could just partly see it there and there and there, and if I don't see it there, and I think, that's weird. So it's got to be something to do with, a level input signal, or it could be the output. So you got to test. You got to have something all rigged up to test the input signal, and then another one to test the output stage on the amplifier. You can test everything to make sure that they should all be outputting the same input value numbers, 1-to-1, output 1-to-1, but they're not. They're all up and down. That's why you have a little box so you can make a trim and get it spot on. It's like all those things I see where Amir tests all these devices, and they all got different, voltage values. And then I'm thinking, blimey, piece of equipment like that, it costs that amount, and it's got these values here on the out. I think, bloody hell. To someone that's a little bit picky, and those values should all be, because that's like that's like typing in the coordinates for a spacecraft, and if those coordinates are by a digit or so inaccurate, then your course correction is going to be, it's like these amplifiers should be spot on. Bloody hell. Maybe if NASA made audio equipment, but being them, it'd probably be too damn expensive. It's just having a practical understanding of electronics, and then be able to think, well, all I need is a service manual. I need to go in and check the value on these components to see if they got the same value. Because every component, like testing resistors, they got the same color band, but when testing them, each one, it's like, this one's slightly different. This one's close. This one's spot on. This one is spot on. This one, no. That's why I got a bundle of assaulted resistors, and I can check them sometimes, and I see that, this one, that's weird. It's the same with capacitors. So there could be resistors or capacitors or something inside these, equipment, and some of the values, have not passed really the QC quality control. Yeah, and just otherwise, some manufacturers might have a very stringent, testing of, all components have got to be all the same value. If none of them pass, then don't use it. Yeah. But I don't know about digital. What about an analog to analog? Let's try that. Some black magic box that I could just easily connect. That does the magic. I don't think they even got some analog to analog. Or hang on, analog to digital to analog. Analog to digital to analog. Oh, what the heck? I don't like the look of these prices. What the heck? $4,500? They're dreaming. They're smoking too much of that funny stuff. The heck is this? No, if it's got a fiber optic on the output, it's completely useless for what I need. Output. That's an optical in. Oh. Useless devices, aren't they, Bear? Give those paws a good lick. Give those paws a good wash. Top 5 ridiculously good. Ridiculously. That looks like the same blooming thing I've got. I mean, it does work. I've tried those little converter boxes and sent it out from the laserdisc player, RCA phono connected in. And then the optical output, and I think that was only connected at the time. I think that was connected to the Denon. I connected it to the Denon. The Denon. As much as I've just been thinking, no, I can't do that because I'll bypass the signal. That wouldn't work. Nice thinking there, but that wouldn't work. Even if it did, there's no idea. There's no telling if it will make the signal cleaner. Nice try. Digital converters. Convert. About images or something on the images. No. Wireless there. Oh, what's this one? What is that? It's a Behringer. What is it? Looks like a cat connector. What's it say? Behringer Power Play 16P 16-in module. Does it do output? I have no idea. No idea. There's something there on that's not a very clear picture. Can't really tell there. Oh. Just copy that. Power Play system is an easy and affordable way to give input module can be used with any analog source and convert up to 16 analog inputs into 24-bit digital. Here's the manual. Documentation. Brochure. So that there. Seems like not enough rack space for that. No. Positive going out. Leader connected onto the negative. I pull that over, connected onto the ground. So I wasn't sending any signal over. Or this is most likely all the grounds will connect to the side, so it's about what now. Could it be the cables act behaving like an EMI, an antenna? Got that other cable. So a bit more. It's got double shielding all over it. Could it be anything to do with that? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I'd still get the same damn thing. It's obvious when muting, because I'm muting a different part of the output stage of the system output. And it's probably at a certain level. But if all the levels, if all the wiring is ground is irrelevant, because you've got to connect ground. And if the negative and positive are connected, then yeah. It's like the other night, I was thinking, why does one of my surround channels sound very quiet? This bugger, this little beast here, he's been behind the blimmin' amplifier, pulled the blimmin' wire out. Because the last time I checked, everything was working fine. And check it another day, and I was thinking, why is the output low? It's like 3 dB low. It eluded me until I double checked the Phoenix connector, and then the ground, the negative wire had been pulled out. So I had to put it back in, screw it down, tighten it up, plug it back in, signal goes back up. He's a beast, he is. He's a little beast. Now I know it was not magic. Bear is usually the one that goes around. Blame it on the bear, aren't you, Mr. Bear? So I don't think this box here is going to do anything. I don't think that's going to do anything. I know that Behringer there is connected to the computer. Go back to RTA, turn that on. Oh, so that tripped out. Shh. Okay, it's working now. Okay. So, shh. Shh. Okay, turn the gain level up. Shh. Okay, I know that works. Okay. Turn that down. Turn the slider up on the master fader. Turn that right up. And I can see there's some sort of elevation going on there. On the high end, on the high frequency. Bring the slider down. And it goes down. So it's bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. Okay. Only seems to go up a bit once the fader's almost near max. So there's something. But generally, if I just bring the fader slider up and down, I don't see that signal going up and down. Must be pretty okay on the output. Of course, when I turn those levels up, if I undo the XLR on that channel there, see if any noise is injected or whatever. Okay, I can see that going up a bit. And the fader, main fader there is up. Turn it up a little bit more. Oh, yeah, that's predictable. I thought I would see something like that. So that's going to be some sort of random noise there. It's easy if I go and get my cans. Always because. Okay. So output there. Where's the main output on there? Where's the monitor out? Where's the monitor headphone jack? It says phones. I think that's. Does it say phone? Yeah. Okay. That's connected. Put the cans on. See if I can hear any noise. Yeah, I hear a mild hum. And if I turn this up, I hear more hiss. Bring that down a bit. Don't notice it much now. It's not. It's still there, but it's not as obnoxious. Mild bit of. I'll turn that down a bit there. Of course, got the gain level up here on the XLR for the. Got that level there. Oh, look at that! So I can put the headphone near to the. I'll put it there over that and turn the. Hear that noise. Turn that down. But that's turning it up pretty high, relatively pretty high. Plug the XLR back in. Okay. Turn that down a bit. Of course, with the microphone connected. Ooh. It's very low on that. So I'll bring that down. But it's very noisy. So I'll just ignore the kind of low level noise that I can hear on the. I can't put that on the microphone, the headphones. I was just thinking because I can't do that because I get feedback. Woo! But generally, listening to the voice in the room, it's very difficult when talking with the microphone because I'm partly hearing sound in head cavity. Even though I can hear the sound in the room, does it sound anything like if I record it on the microphone, record it on here? Of course, there won't be any noise there. It's relatively. It's always a problem with audio mixers, balancing the levels, balancing the input, balancing the levels. So, like putting the main fader up. Let me bring that down, bring that up. No, bring that down. 1, 2. No, it's always it's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass. It's one of those things with. But anyway, I'm just going to focus on that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I can use the pan pot there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. But it's not picking up in stereo because the sound, it sounds a bit, sounds like something on there. But that noise I hear is no more, oh dear, I don't know. It's not as bad as listening on FM radio. Ugh, an AM, no. Still got, no, I know what that sounds like, and I know what CW, you can't do anything on CW because you can only send Morse code. Single sideband, oh no, it's the opposite. This noise is complete opposite of, maybe if it had a filter, a noise reduction on it, but I'm not gonna worry. I'm just gonna. And obviously, when I move that a little bit that way and then move it that way, I can tell by the sound of the modulation. That's weird. I get a whooshy sound I'm hearing. So take it off there. It's like an oscillating, whooshing sound. Cool. You get that sound. Oh, that made my cat bear. Yeah, I won't do that bear because I'll fuck up the headphones if I get feedback like that. It's okay. Oh, that fur sound. Oh, yeah. Sounds like static. Oh, I like that sound there it makes. Kind of like silk. Kind of like a fabric silk, and rubbing my fingers down makes that kind of sound. No, don't play with the XLR cable there. Yeah, so put the cans back. Put the cans back there. Second digital lead. Two laserdisc players. I don't think the three laserdisc players. I don't think the Denon can even out. I don't think the Denon's got an output, a digital output. What do you think, Bear? No. Okay. Shh. Turn that level down there. Otherwise, you still see it's got to be balanced at a certain level. Got to be balanced at a certain level. I've got some little Behringer, what do you call them? Preamplifiers. I don't know where I put the power supply for it. Got bundles of power supplies. Bundles. I don't know where I put the actual power supply. Because I got a little vacuum tube in it. Don't know where I put it. I think I've got two of them, if not three. One's completely knackered. So some of the components obviously got a little bit damaged on that because I think it powers on, but it doesn't get an input signal. So it could be some capacitor or resistor. A simple thing to replace. But I never bothered. But I haven't used them for a while because they're only a mono preamplifier. And I thought an audio mixer. It's got line inputs. It's got a balance. It's got a voltage amplifier on it for the microphone. So, yeah, yeah. Turn that treble up. Yeah, turn it down. Turn it down. Yeah. Turn that down. Turn that down. Yeah. Think noise somewhere on the app. Turn that down. That was good.
someone's up there.
It's Luke. It's Luke. Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it up. Time to open the top hatch.
Look, someone's up there.
It's Luke. Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it up. Time to open the top hatch. Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it up. Time to open the top hatch. It's Luke. Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it up. Time to open the top hatch.
Look, someone's up there. 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 Look, someone's up there.
Bit more dB output there.
Look, someone's up there.
That's
Look, someone's up there.
less.
Look, someone's up there. 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 Look, someone's up there.
Try pink noise.
Look, someone's up there.
It's Luke. Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it up. Time to open the top hatch. Slow down and look it up. It's Luke. Chewie, slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down and look it up. Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it up. Time to open the top hatch. Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it up. Time to open the top hatch. Slow down and look it up. Slow down and look it up. Time to open the top hatch.
So that level. Very high. Okay. Can I get this? It's only falling in at a certain frequency range. Just mute that. Gain levels, I think the gain levels set different now. curious. All about the same there. A little bit more. I haven't even got the gain level turn up on that. PEQ turned on the other one, is it? That's off. That's off. Oh yeah. Go back over. Over to there. Turn that one off.
Mind to open the top hatch.
Look, someone's up there.
I can get that signal to go register on. If it's there, stop that. It's got to show up. It's got to come up. That's why I need it back on. I need to connect the damn thing back. I have to rewire and put some new cable on the other thing. I've got to rewire that other thing. I should be able to see it on the DCX here. It's got to show on the output. It's got to show on the output. So let's turn that right up. Don't say much because it's amplifying and it's generating. So there's obviously a boost on the signal, which I think the DCX does. Turn that up. And then turn that up. And it just sounds like pink noise, white noise at a very low level. I'm still not showing any indication there. The signal's got to come out from down there and come down. It's got to come out onto here. But it's so low level. But turn that back down. Otherwise, I switch over to digital. That's only because the signal level there on the analog in. But the analog in should be really quiet. I don't know why but it should be. But if I connect the CP750 directly, so that'll have to be only ground and positive connection onto the RCA. Those are going onto the Sony, so that's connecting onto the Sony, not on that one, on that input there, not that one. That's reserved for my Dolby CP200. The signal may be a little bit quieter on the 750. Because even though that's still connected to the Sony, I don't notice any hiss on it. I don't notice any additional, apart from the Sony. Maybe. But then XLR output here, or not XLR, balanced output, connecting onto the balanced input on here. But the signal out going from there is going unbalanced because there's only RCA phonos on this stupid bloody storm. I should have put balanced XLR inputs. There's plenty of room to put those things on the damn unit. Oh, even if they use DB25 connectors, more than enough. DV25 connectors, they're okay, but they're a real pain in, they're a real problem. Oh, if you want to replug wiring quick, it's quick, it's easier with an XLR. But XLRs take up a lot of racks, unit frame, because they're so many millimeters wide, whereas a DV25 is only so long, so wide, and the pins they're the same function. That has the same function. Only it's not easy to swap things around so quickly, unless it's designed so it can be done that way. But crying out. Magic. You want to come up here? Oh, he wants to come up here. Oh, you hassling for food? Yeah, he's hassling. You're hassling Hoff, aren't you? You're Hasselhoffing. Hmm. So power that down and put the pink noise. Where's the remote? Oh, there it is. The other thing is just bothering me now. What is it? Switch that onto there. Let's switch channel B over to channel A. Oh, it's quiet. It's not as loud as. I'm not sure I haven't got any gain level turn up on that. That's at 0, that's at 0, that's at 0. That's it. What's it 2? So the gain level on the right side. Yeah, I hear that. I hear it. Maybe it's the axes. Magic, are you there? Are you down there? I'm thirsty. Mr. Magic, go and pour me a Pepsi. Bring it in here if you will. No? Oh, great service, Magic. Wonderful. Think. 7 hours. Not. Oh my goodness gracious me! Almost getting close to 10 hours. Ooh, how do I do it? I don't know. I must be on another planet. Planet of the Apes. Pink noise. Oh, I like pink noise. It's your best friend. There's nothing right or wrong with pink noise. You know, it is pink noise. Pink noise and the wall. Shall I throw that out the window, Magic? Yeah. Let's throw that out the window, eh? Let's throw the relativity of it out the window, huh? Zero. Zero. Oh my goodness. I'm resetting all the EQ. Oh no. Oh, what a disaster. Oh no. I am your EQ. No. God. Takes a while to reset everything manually. I think they got a button on there where you just reset it all. Okay. Okay, reset that. Put that all back to 0. Great things are HF horn compression drivers. Oh, they're cool. Don't know why some people think, oh, they sound too harsh. It's only the frequency, it can be harsh on it. So. Zero. Zero. And then bring that down to there. Zero. There was a thing I read, Magic. I think it's in one of the because it's very true. It's very true. But like I say, test it up. You test it very closely, and you can see how irregular, erratic the frequency all is. So it's not exactly down to 0 dB on all the frequencies. They're all random, all over the place. Never seen anything like it. Meow. There's so many things you do with a theatrical HF JBL JBL Professional. So many things you could do with it. Okay. Let's set back to 0. All right, turn that on, turn that on, turn that on. Okay. 2 kilohertz range, around 2-3 kilohertz range. Okay. Okay. Turn that off. Around about the 2.3. Mm-hmm. It's minimal. Ow. Okay, 1.74 kilohertz. Try that. 1.74 kilohertz. Key bandwidth. 1. 0.0. There. Cut that frequency down.
Put Captain Solo in the cargo hold. Captain Solo in the cargo. Put Captain Solo in the cargo hold. In the cargo hold.
Wow.
Your destiny lies with me, Skywalker. Obi-Wan knew this to be true. No. All too easy. Perhaps you're not as strong as the Emperor thought. Impressive. Most impressive. Obi-Wan has taught you well. Obi-Wan has taught you well. Obi-Wan has taught you well. You have controlled your Now, release your anger. Only your hatred can destroy me.
It's the input levels on the monitor. Make sure that's saved. It's the monitor input levels. Where they're at.
Release your anger. Only your hatred can destroy me.
That's okay. Looks okay, that.
Look, someone's up there.
Luke, Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it under. Slow down and look it under. Time to open the top hatch. Top hatch. Down. Slow. It's Luke. Chewie. It's Luke. Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it under. Chewie, slow down. It's Luke. Chewie, slow down. Slow down and look it under. Time to open the top it under. Time to open the top hatch. Time to open the top hatch.
Wow.
Okay. Easy, Chewie. Okay. Easy, Chewie. Easy, Chewie.
Inches.
Okay. Easy, Chewie. Okay. Okay. Easy chewy. Okay. Easy chewy. Okay. Easy chewy. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Easy chewy. Okay. Easy chewy. Okay. Easy chewy.
Wow.
Okay. Easy chewy.
Coming up here, Bear? No?
Okay. Easy chewy.
Oh, you're a sneaky ragdoll. Get out of there, Bear. You're a sneaky ragdoll. Come on. A sneaky ragdoll.
Easy chewy. Easy chewy. Easy chewy. Okay.
He changed the door, so if everything was spot on electronically, it should. What would it look like? Let's go back to pink noise. Hmm. The microphone's right at the back of the room. Down. Very difficult. Very difficult there. Attenuation. Greedy tuxedo. Greedo, the tuxedo. Oh, here, Greedo, the tuxedo. Greedy tuxedo. Greedo, the that. More that. Okay. Should see a change here. That's same. That's same. Right, stop fighting, you two. There, stop it. I see a deduction in the frequency. I see a reduction there. We're changing the delay because it's subtracting the time frequency and holding it back, kinda. Holding it back. Oi, stop it, Bear. You alright, Magic? He's a naughty tuxedo. Isn't he? No, you, Magic. I think you're winding up Magic. You're winding up Mr. Bear. You two, stop it. I'm busy. Come on, stop it. Come up here, Magic. Magic. Come up here. Please yourself. Go out there. You're looking for trouble with the bear. And go to another time frequency delay. And it just adds on extra. And it's a tricky thing to adjust. Time delay, frequency. That doesn't sound good because it sounds kind of because there's too much delay. You can add on. Now it sounds like a kind of echo with the pink noise because there's quite a bit of excessive delay added to one channel. So if I play so, it's going to have a bit of an echoey sound. A bit of an echoey sound that will.
Look, someone's up there.
Yeah, I can slightly hear it. It's not very echoey.
Look, someone's up there.
Luke, should we slow down? Slow down and look it up.
I can hear it. It's very faint, very mild to notice that. Very mild. What is my cat Bear up to? Bear! Oi, you ragdoll.
Okay. Easy, Chewie.
What are you up to? I'm not feeding you. You are well fed. You're full up. You are full up. You're full up.
Look it under. Kind of open the top half.
You're like a cat that's doing mileage, and it's like, ooh, I need fuel. I need feeding. Yeah. Need feeding, don't you? Feeding. don't you,
Slow
Bear?
down and look it under. Slow down and look it under.
It's great with all this technology, isn't it, Bear? You get to analyse things.
Look, someone's up there. Look, someone's up there. Look, someone's up there. Look, someone's up there.
And turn the
Look,
level.
someone's up there.
Turn the level of the centre channel HF down. Now I can hear the kind of delay between the.
Look, someone's up there.
I can hear an
Look,
echo.
someone's up there.
I can hear an echo or delay. Get a proper echo. How do I add a bit more delay?
What's up there?
Add a bit more delay.
What's up? Look, someone's up there. Look, someone's up there.
Slow down. Slow down and look it under. I know open the top hatch. Down. Slow down and look it under. Slow down. Slow down and look it under. I know open the top hatch. I know open the top hatch.
Oh, that sounds weird. Put that delay back down. That's too much delay. That's like how many meters? So it's about 50 foot. Can go up to about 300 feet, I think. It can go up to 300 or 600 foot. Turn that back down.
I know open the top hatch.
Okay. Easy, Chewie. Easy, Chewie.
Wow, look at those bass levels. My goodness. They're lighting up the Christmas tree. Turn that down a bit. Ooh.
I know open the top hatch.
Okay. Easy, Chewie. Easy chewing. Easy chewing. Easy chewing. Easy chewing. Okay. Easy chewing.
Interesting. Stop that. Back to there. Turn that down. Let's see. Oh, pink noise again. Pink noise is the friend. Now, which one's the left and right? Which one's the middle one? Oh. Which one's the middle at the back? Which one's that one? That one's that one. So, behind. Fuck. There's a bit of salt on that. Okay. 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 Exactly the same. Meow. 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 I wouldn't call it cone film. I would just call it cross talk. Just call it cross talk. Airborne cross talk. Airborne cross talk. Acoustical airborne cross talk. Okay. Yes. Oh, it's got to go back on the headphone. Okay. Levels up and down. Okay. It's putting a bit of cross talk there. Let's turn the pan pots and I should get turn the pan pots like that. Right, just check. on Axis, it's not too bad with the acoustical perforated screen, the transparent screen. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Up a bit, up a bit. Just a few part frequencies where it looks bumpy. So the microphone close on Axis to the screen. The sound's going to hit that screen and pass through that screen. So it's doing multitudes of. Let's see now. Okay. What frequency is that? 700? Fuck off. Oh, wow. That Pepsi flavour. Wow. And that Cokey. Oh, looks like 1.3, 1.25, I think. Given by the characteristic. Oops. Go up a bit. Scroll over a little bit on the feet. Just that cue a little bit. Turn it down a bit. I mean, with a 1/12 octave smoothing. 2 kilohertz. Narrow on that cue. Getting down, Bear. I know what you're up to. I know what you're up to, Bear. I can read you like a book. Magic. Are you hassling me for food? Because I feed you in the morning. All right? You've had 3 meals. You've had 3 meals. You can't possibly be hungry. Hmm. 112. If I go to 124th, I'm going to see all the other frequencies that are pushing the other. Let's start that down. Okay. 5 kilohertz. Somewhere around there, I think. Somewhere around 5K range. Straight near the 4. Down a bit. Okay. 5, 6. Seven, somewhere between 6 and 7. And I'm almost out of PEQ. 6 and 7. Very tricky, that one. I've only got 8 kilohertz. I need to come up a notch. Maybe it's dipping, maybe it's not. Maybe it's the microphone. I'll try that. Leave that there. Okay. 7 600. Fraction there. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's not too bad there, but how it sounds once everything else is done. So many ways to do it. So many ways to do it. Okay. Into that song. Two, 3. Zero on that. 3. 1.3. Two kilohertz. Let's go on to a neighbouring frequency now. Okay, back a little bit. Bloody hot. Never known anything like it. 3 kilohertz. 3K. Widen the ceiling out a little bit. And scroll it down. Wait, little bugger. Get out, Bear. 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 Attitude. Attitude. Cat with that. Cats with attitude. Next. That's Hmm. 6.7. Probably wire. Hmm. Ooh. Hmm. Well, that's a bit awkward there. There's two things that are going on there. Signals coming out. Bounce back, bounce back, bounce back. Slow subtraction. Not what I would have thought. Where is it? 4 kilohertz, 5 kilohertz, 6, 12. There it is.
Kurt here.
I have an urgent copy from Spacelab Regular 1 for you, sir. Dr. Carol Martin.
I'll take it to my quarters to her.
Bloody hell's up.
As a physician, you of all people should appreciate the dangers of reality. Sorry. I can hear you, Carol. What's wrong? Well, what's the matter?
Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr. Marcus, please respond. Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Space Station Regular 1, please come in.
Interesting.
Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr. Marcus, please respond. Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Space Station Regular 1, please come in. come in. Dr. Marcus. Space Station Regular 1. Please come in. Dr. Marcus, please respond.
Take a chance on Rockwell. It's got to work. It's got to work. Maybe some Rockwell, bit of MDF cut, glue it, and a bit of fabric on it. It's got to work. See. How many packs would I need? Two packets. Cut it to size, fit it in. Quite a bit there, probably about 3 packets. Pull that out. Get it in, glue it, glue it in, glue it, get it in place. Bit of MDF on it, glue it, put a bit of fabric over it to absorb over the MDF.
Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr. Marcus. Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr. Space Station Regular 1, please come in. 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 Dr. Marcus, please. Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr. Marcus, please respond. Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr. Marcus, please respond. This is Enterprise call. It's no use. There's no response from Regular 1. Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr. Marcus, please respond. This is Enterprise call. It's no use. There's no response from Regular 1.
But no longer jammed.
No, sir. No, nothing. Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr. Marcus, please respond. This is Enterprise call. It's no use. There's no response from Regular 1.
But no longer jammed.
No, sir. No, nothing.
There are 2 possibilities.
Space Station Regular 1, please come in. Dr. Marcus, please respond. This is Enterprise call. It's no use. There's no response from Regular 1.
But no longer jammed.
No, sir. No, nothing.
There are 2 possibilities. They're unable to respond. They're unwilling to respond. How far? 12 hours, 43 minutes, present speed.
Give up Genesis, she said. What in God's name does it mean? Give it up to who?
It might help my analysis if I knew what Genesis was, beyond the biblical reference.
Uhura. Proverb that tells us revenge is a dish that is best served cold. Big happy.
They're requesting communication, sir.
Let them eat static.
They're still running with shields down.
Of course, we are one big happy fleet.
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target. They're locking phasers. Ray shields. Fire! This shields are going up.
Lock faces on target. Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers. Their shields are going up.
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers. Their shields are going up.
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target.
Yep.
Still haven't raised their shields. Raise ours.
Their shields are going up.
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target. Still haven't raised their shields. Raise ours.
Fuel emissions are normal.
They still haven't raised their shields. Raise ours.
Their shields are going up.
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target.
Yep.
Still haven't raised their shields. Raise ours.
Their shields are going up.
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers.
Raise shields.
Their shields are going up.
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target. Still haven't raised their shields. Raise ours.
Their shields are going up.
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers.
Raise shields.
Fire! Their shields are going up.
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target. Still haven't raised their shields. Raise ours.
Their shields are going up.
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers.
Raise shields.
Fire!
That's better.
Their shields are going up.
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers.
Raise shields.
Fire! Their shields are going up.
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target.
They're locking phasers.
Raise shields.
Fire! They're locking phasers.
Raise shields.
Fire!
Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on. Raise shields.
Fire!
Sure, get those shields up. I'm trying to. I have to come down here. Come. Khan, you've got Genesis, but you don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here. Khan, you've got Genesis, but you don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. Khan. Khan, you've got Genesis, but you don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here.
What switch is that to? It's only on the digital board side. Pointless. Only works on the digital because there's two of them, isn't there? One must have to read the manual again. One might be something to do with the code on that side and code on that side. I have to read that manual. But it's pointless because it.
Khan, you've got Genesis, but you don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here. Khan. But you don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here. Khan, you've got Genesis, but you don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come. Khan. But you don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here. Khan, you've got Genesis, but you don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here.
I've done far worse than kill you.
Got Genesis, but you don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here.
I've done far worse than kill you.
Got Genesis, but you don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here.
I've done far worse than kill you.
Got Genesis. Don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here.
I've done far worse than kill you.
Got Genesis, but you don't have me. You are going to kill me, Khan. You're going to have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here.
I've done far worse than kill you.
Have to come down here. You're going to have to come down here.
I've done far worse than kill you. I've hurt you. And I wish to go on hurting you. I shall leave you as you left me, as you left her, marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet, buried alive. Buried alive. Buried alive. Buried alive. Buried alive. On a dead planet. Buried alive. Buried alive. Marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead planet. Buried alive. Buried alive. Buried alive. Buried alive. Marooned for all eternity in the center of a dead.
Appreciate. Oh, goodness me, kitty cats. Meow. Where's the signal gone? There we go. Oh, let's see. Oi, stop it, Bear. Leave magic alone. Oh, I'm sure they're conspiring to get me to feed again because they're just greedy. They're just greedy, kitty cat. Aren't you, Madge? You're a greedy kitty cat. Yeah. Bear, I know what you're up to. Bear! Bear! Oi, I know what you're up to. Cat with attitude. Attitude kitty. Kitty with attitudes. Kitty attitude. What are you thinking there, Madge? I know what you're thinking. You're saying, oh, when's he going to feed me? Oi, I know where you're going, Bear, and that's sneaky and crafty of you. They're clever cats. They're intelligent. They're very intelligent. They know how to. What we got there? A scratch, a bit of a. I think there's magic. Got you there and scratched you in a fight. Hey, you got a bit of a scab behind that fur. Have you got a little scab behind that fur? Let's have a feel. Let's have a feel. No, where are you going? Go on, go on. Go on, go out. Go on. Go and have a hiss fight. I'll just ignore you. You can handle him, Magic, if he gets rough. But I think you're a big pussy for a tuxedo. You're bigger than Magic. You're bigger than him. David and Goliath. Oh, for Christ's sake. Get out there. Fucking hell, I'm going to have to stick a lemon behind there because cats don't like that. They don't like the smell of lemon. They won't go near it. Put a lemon behind there. I keep him from going behind there. Go on out, Magic. You get your pain in the arse, you are, Mr. Magic. Go on out, Magic. You're a pain in the arse, Mr. Sweetie. Disrupting Magic. I don't know why you keep following me around. You keep following me, Magic. You think, oh, I'm going to feed you. I'm not. I'll feed you later in the day. And you still don't appreciate. You don't appreciate. I think cats, they simply do not appreciate being fed because they're very strange. They're very strange. They just don't seem to appreciate it. Who's that side out? Who's that side out? Stop that. Who's that side out? This would be just doing stuff. Fucking complex. I like things that are complex. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. Put that A and that A. Right, stop it. Get up there. Mm-hmm. Put the laser disc on. That's what I need. It's very weird, this mix. You sneaky, Mr. Bear. You're a sneaky kitty cat. Are you going behind the window? You go behind the window. What? Whoa. Is that on the outside of that window? It's on the outside, but... Oi, stop it. really bad. Box back in there. Going on. Connect the XLRs up. This is so weird. So weird. It's a technique I kind of noticed years ago, kind of calibrating the sound mix. Yeah.
Raise their shields. Raise up. Locking phasers on target. They're locking phasers. Raise shields. Fire! Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target. They're locking phasers. Still haven't raised their shields. Raise ours. Their shields are going up. Lock phasers on target. Locking phasers on target. They're locking phasers. Raise shields. Fire!
Wow. Wow. So I'm stuck on with one of those. I don't think that'll do anything because the complexity of, I don't think that's going to do a sod all. Is that so? Is that so? Oh dear. Didn't know that. Oh. Yeah. Ah. Sorted. Oh, impossible. Oh, impossible. Oh, I'm talking something of a grand scale. Dig it up, cut it up into sections, put each section, next section, transport it to Skywalker, and then reassemble it. Not impossible. It's not impossible. Just it's like building the pyramids, reconstructing, kind of deconstruct and then reconstruct. Not impossible. There's one word I don't want to hear. It's the word impossible. That is not. It's just complicated complexity. Yeah.
Trying to. Trying to.
Lock faces on target. Locking faces on target. They're locking faces. Ratio. Fire!
Wow.
She'll get those shields up. Trying to.
Wow.
She'll get those shields up. Trying to.
That sounds a bit compressed. Interesting.